Hello, how you guys doing? Let me get YouTube chat up. Just realized I don't have that open yet. Usually takes a second for people to settle in anyway. I just had an incredible game of Deadlock that I cannot describe in ways that matter. Just one of those games where, like, your team is just vibing with each other, like, emotionally. It's great, man. Like, we had this guy who's hungover as hell, who might be the guy who subbed while I was gone. So Steve Kyle TV, thank you for the 14 months of support. Or no, it's just a sub 14 minutes ago. Excuse me, sorry. But we had this dude who's hungover as shit and just like, was like, dude, Goo Boy, you're my favorite. No, Bebop, you're my favorite now. Like, he kept switching who's favorite, like kept switching his mood, all that jazz. It was hilarious. Like, everyone was having a good time. KJB, thank you for the 34 months of support. It was just good vibes. We lost, but I would much rather lose to a game like that than to like win a game where I don't hear anyone. Like, I'm sorry, I'm one of those people that plays games to socialize. Hi, unexpected Twitcher. Oh no. Also, boy, is it not just incredibly warm for you? It is so warm in here. I'm like pushed back from the, like, I can't reach. Okay, no, I can. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, okay. Now we're done with lap time. Got it. I saw something from someone on YouTube who said something. Oh, it just didn't post their message. I have no idea what you said on YouTube. I'm very sorry. I just don't. I saw it on like this, but not like. I've been working on this thing. Don't worry, we're not doing this. I'm working on my own version of the thing because like it got everything but the arm. I'm just like, let's just redo the process, but start from here. So that way I don't have to like, but what if we did do this? We can come back to this, you know, like, but it's not, listen, no one's like, oh man, I'm so glad that you're streaming that. I'm not exactly sure where I should put my head for this. I'm gonna open the window. It is too damn hot in here. Oh, I bet you it's because we have the heat on. I'm gonna turn that off. Come on, go. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was like, man, it is warm. Your cam blocks your consumables slot. It does indeed. That actually might be the one to do. Oh, wow, I've got a glitch where I can't see my buttons. Let's try that again. I think this is one of those games you can't alt-tab out of. Music? Hello? I can't see my mouse again. For some reason, I can't see my mouse. I can see it over on the preview. Maybe I can do like windowed mode or something. How do I throw out a power supply? It's broken. I don't know. I've only like, what, this happened with sorcery? Yeah. I don't know why this keeps happening, but it's very annoying. I'm sorry, I'm kind of like fumbling around trying to figure out where the... Okay, there we go. That'll... No? The mouse is gone again. All right. Windowed. Okay. I can see the mouse now. Like, so... I've only had one power supply die on me, and I rebuilt it as, like, a personal fan. So, like, I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. Like, legitimately no idea what the correct answer to that is. Game capture... B Balatro. It's supposed to go to e-waste. I think that sounds right. Chat, my neck hurts. All right. I'm not sure where to put my head. Where should I put myself? Should I even be on this screen? Should chat. Head in the bottom right? I think you're probably right. I don't think anything important happens there. And then like chat can like switch spots with me. Maybe. You can be above me. You can top today. Yeah, throw the power supply directly into the river. We're cutting off a little bit of the left and right. Just because I've got like the stupid start menu. There's the deck. Okay. That sounds rad as shit. Is that something you know how to do? Good luck on your job, Steve. So I unlocked plasma deck, and I want to unlock whatever this deck is. So question, should I play the plasma deck or should I play so I can unlock this one? Plasma is whack. Try that. All right, we'll try that. I'm having a bit of a problem understanding this one. So like, when is this relevant? Let's say you have like balance the number of chips and multiplier when calculating score. So like, let's say it's like smaller numbers, 2 times 4, right? Well, that's 8. But then like, does this change the math any at all? Then it becomes 3 by 3. So it becomes 9. Okay, so every now and then you'll get like a little bit extra. It's rounding it. Okay. But the blinds are also higher is also part of it, right? I have a philosophical question. Sure. What's up? Okay, so go heavy into chips in order to crank your multiplier. I mean, that's the obvious play. I've been playing so much of that red-black deck. Easier point scoring, but higher stakes. Understood. Okay, a full house is fine. Whoa, wait, what? Next round I need to check and see what the fuck happens. Let's buy a joker or two. Can someone... I need to become like you. I just want to keep everything neat, I see. Can some... You don't want to be like me if you want your brain to work right, man. Bull could go fucking wild, dude. I'm tempted to buy the other buffoon pack and then just stop buying shit for a while. Let's see if we can find something that gives me more income. Each face card held in hand gives a 50% chance to give $1. Cool. And it's also got a multiplier on it, which will help. Okay. So we have a strat. Don't play... That would be 50 extra. Drop your speed so you can see. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't quite get how that's gonna help me. Balatro maxing, playing Balatro while watching Balatro. Sometimes I have a hard time with that. I think I skip it because I'm gonna make more money skipping this than not. I just have to like raw dog the, you know what? We're so early on. Let's take a risk. All club cards are debuffed. Okay. Let's just build the best possible hand we can. So it'd be queen, jack, 10, 9, 8, 7. So we don't need the 6. I would like something better than that. A king would be great. We're not getting a flush, but I might be able to get a flush with this. So I'm just going to switch these out and hope for a... Okay, so we go the other way with it. We got it straight. I forgot to check, slow it down. I didn't expect that to actually win. Okay, we got money now. Now the question is, do I save? I think I only buy jokers. Is Paul Bunyan, is that your philosophical question, Ego? Our cowboy, I saw that post and I agree, yeah. Hone might help. Oh, cards, not like... Yeah, I think if Ronan or... Yeah, no, you can't be using other people's bit and expect me to not know of it. I'm tempted to get this just so that way we get better buys in the future and then we just don't spend money. Oh, come the fuck on. I can't do it again. It's so scary though. And there's also this negative one right here. So it's like, do I even want to skip this one so that we can get the negative next? Like, I don't want to skip both. Skip both? That's insane shit, man. $50 can buy many negatives. If they show up, you made 24,000 with that last hand. We ballin'. We're making mistakes at high speed, chat. At a moderate pace, more accurately. Okay, we got 2 pair. That's something. We got a full house. I think we play the full house. Okay, hold up. Okay, yeah, as long as you go really hard on chips because it's easier to get, I guess that's the real buff, is it's easier to get chips than sure, it's free and it's there. Perfect. Totally worth. So now I can have up to 35 and get shit. Yeah, you only care about chips in this deck, I guess is the trick. Because chips are so much easier to come by. Like, getting 106 multiplier is not a thing. You know? I don't know what the fuck Skip-Bo is. So no, I wouldn't play that one. Is Stone actually good in this deck? Like, Stone cards are actually really good? No. I'm not depending on high card, but it doesn't get me to another like income level, so I don't see a point in it. So like, does it fuck with my ability to do hands? I've never actually gotten a stone card before. Like, does it count as part of a hand? No. 2 pair plus stone. Yeah, I mean, we could try and do 2 pair plus stone. Yeah, we'll get rid of the 10 and the 2. It always scores. Right, but it doesn't necessarily score as something that like is like relevant to the fucking game, right? Not really getting much out of reverse parking right now. Okay. I mean, we always have everything score. I don't think the ordering of that matters at all. I'd really like to get some more jokers to inform this run, but this is, I mean, that's probably good enough. It's probably not good enough, right? It might be, actually. Jesus, okay. I was like, do I discard to find face cards to get more money? I think the answer was yes. Okay. If the played hand has exactly 4 cards. Rev, there's a free joker at the bottom right of your screen, yeah? What's it doing? I have a lot of money now. Because I skipped 2, so I got 50. Square Joker is pretty okay. But I don't know how I'm gonna play exactly 4 cards. Like, this one is that one that you need the lost meme hand. Square Joker sucks, even in this. You have Splash, which makes it a lot easier. It takes too much time to level. Pairs or triples with stones. It's not, yeah, it's not 4 cards scored. It's 4 cards, so you drop 1 card. Why is the DVD face cam thing not a redeem? I just don't know where to put it. You know what? For now, it's okay. For now, it's 50 plus chips, which is 25 that times. Okay, wait. What is 25 times 25? 625. So that just added 625 points to our score. Bar anything else. And we could sell it if it ends up being bad later. But I think that there's some play there. No repeat hand types. Not as big of a deal as you would think. Okay, so it has to have 4 cards? Exactly 4 cards. Okay. 4, 5. I mean, like, I can go for 3 of a kind here. Four of a kind's better. That does nothing. That's good because it effectively gives us more money. I have a decent chunk of change. So, okay, so polychrome's not even good in this, yeah? Like, normally I auto-click Wheel of Fortune, but, like, that gives us, like, a 32% chance to, like, do anything, and the other ones are just mid. The other option is convert like a 3 or something into a queen. Yeah, I think I do this instead. Just make my average hand better. That's a little scary. I don't think it affects me. I think I'll be okay. Okay, I think I'll be fine. How about 2 pair and that's it? I've got plenty of money. More money. $17 gain. Another stone card would be good. That helps with the only 4 cards thing. I really want to get that loss meme one. I like that. I think that's going to be more than enough, and we should get some money off of it as well. Plasma's ridiculous, dude. What the fuck is this deck? I auto lock in on that because I played so much of that to like the black and red deck. Again, increases my value by at least 625 just by being what it is. And then it double plays the first one, which as long as it's a... No, we can't really rig it to do more, but that's pretty good. Foil chat is really good. All right, wish me luck, chat. We got 2 pair right off the bat. The question is, do I discard for more? I mean, I think so. I discard this. I want more face cards, if you will. I don't think it's worth discarding that because the ace is actually going to be pretty clutch in a minute. I'm curious to know if this is going to be enough. I bet you it is, even with the halving. I already paid for it, so I'm just gonna get it, but neither of those are inspiring any sort of love to me. I almost always will take Hangman because probability shit, but we Hanged Man the 4s. Yeah, like if I make it an ace, then we can double hit the ace with the Chad, and that would be good. I think we're gonna do this. Yeah. I don't care about turning into things into diamonds. Oh, we get another one. I'm more likely to play a queen than a jack. Okay, we got 3 of a kind. I think we just like pop 3 of a kind and throw the 4 in there just as a like, fuck it. Well, I've got the bull thing, and that's a majority of my build right now. I probably overrate tarot cards. We're just trying to beat stakes and have a good time. We're just vibing, man. You know how it be. We have this raccoon game that I was given that I should probably play as well. I'm slowly getting all of the shit cards out of my deck and replacing them. When the blind is selected, create 2 common jokers. I don't have space, so that'd be good. Like, the aces thing is fine. I could sell it, and I think the square joker is becoming a thing. But I was gonna do it as a thing to just sell. Luigi really wants to be in this deck, but you can't be, man. You're in prison right now. Okay, we're just gonna keep going, because that's not... We'll give $18. Shit, man, the Wizard War is fucked. I just saw a guy clap his hands together and say 10 hells or some shit, and everyone around him turned inside out. Had their tibias explode. Hold on. Had their tibias explode and then disappeared. The camera even didn't go on him. That's how common that shit is. Like this. My ass is casting frostbite and level 2 poison. I think I just heard someone say power word scrunch 2 groups over, and I gotta get the fuck out of here. Good bit. I don't think it's worth skipping because I make, what's the one that allows me to, oh no, that was a buff that I've got. I think it's run info, vouchers. Okay, so I've got, so it's normally 25, but now it's 35. 35 divided by 5 is 7. So 7 gold versus 18. Plus all the... I think it's better to play right now. We'll double check afterwards. That is going to be more than enough. I'm going to discard this until it's a face card. Okay. $13 plus... Okay, so this was 1 short. But... Copies the ability to the leftmost joker. Brainstorm on Bull, I think, is just wild. I think that's the run right there. Okay. Yeah, sure. And then I don't have to worry about where it like lines up in a build or whatever. So I guess I want to look for things like like there are like power word command, power word kill, like stuff like that in D&D, and they're just generally spells that like do what you'd expect them to do. So what power word scrunch does is like not explained, obviously, but it doesn't sound great. Let's do the kings and the ace because we've got it where all cards score. Rev has so many useless spells. I know. I just learned all these spells like toenail enlargement when I went to wizard school, and it's just like... What do I even go to wizard school for, man? When am I gonna use that shit? Like, I wrote my dissertation on that. There's no way in fuck I'm ever gonna need that. Yeah, it doesn't even work on your dick. Trust me, tried, and now my dick's weird. What an amazing series of words. Same thing happened with Elon Musk. You just can't cast that spell on your dick. Okay, we have 3 stone cards and a 6. I don't know if I need anything. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't need the aces, but there we are. I should have changed the order. I fucked up. It does not matter. It's wild how cards like this, I'm normally just like, oh! And this time I'm like, eh. We're pivoting to like high card, yeah. We got 2 pair or 3 of a kind, but I would rather hold this in my hand. So we do 2 pair. Oh, I should have done the stone cards. I fucked up. I would have gotten more points and more money. What do I get rid of? I think that To the Moon is better than reserved parking. Square is like worth 36 right now. Plus the 50 from it being foil. So it's 86, yeah. As opposed to like this or, you know, whatever. I think it's parking, yeah, because, okay, so parking gives me a 50-50 shot, and it means I can't play face cards, which is probably more annoying. And then an extra $1 of interest for every 5 you have. So, like, does that mean you can go beyond? the fucking, even the limit of this? I'm gonna check. We're gonna see. It doubles the interest you're earning right now. Okay, so that's pretty solid, and that's more likely than death. Let's convert a 3 into an ace. That sounds good. Any of these other ones important? +1 card slot available in shop. I don't know if I care because I'm pretty happy with what I've got. Well, this is awkward. I guess we'll play if held in hand. Oh, I see. Square's not getting points this time. Rev, you can do a cool trick. Okay. I think I discard these two. Was that a request or a comment? Like, okay, now I've got... Oh, it was a request. Can I do a cool trick? No. No, it turns out I can't. Popcorn, are you useful in any degree? It does something and it's negative. So I guess I keep it for now. I'll take another negative one though. Negative popcorn is such a shitpost of a card. Per round played. That was just to find another face card. I think I'll keep it until it stops working, and then I'll sell it for whatever. I mean, it's technically okay, and it didn't really cost me much. Sure, you're functionally fucking useless, but all right, let's go. No, we're not doing that shit. Start with 0 discards. If I play 3 of a kind, I get $4. All right, well, I can't discard anyway, and somehow that actually does end up being my best hand. So here's 3 of a kind with a random 7. How about a random ace instead? I kind of want to get bootstraps. Like, that could go real goddamn hard. If it's the one I'm remembering it is. I mean, we're going to do polychrome, even though it's... Oh, we got the good one, too. Oh, bootstraps is bull for multiplier. That's not as good, you're right. I don't really care about face cards right now, do I? I don't think the reserve parking is better, no. You could argue business card is. I wish you weren't negative. Why are you so fucking weird? I wish anything else was negative. Like, that's such a shit post. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, do I keep it forever because it's here? Okay, it is working. It's just gonna dissolve on its own. Just fucking weird, dude. I'm gonna pick up all the negative jokers I can, because I think that's the deck at this point, is like... Oh, if you're playing Balatro on the toilet, you're shitting for a while, man. You're shitting for a real long while. You're not real. Egg won't help this late. Oh my god, we're on anti-8 already? Jesus fuck, what? Flips and shuffles all Joker cards. Oh, this only matters for where Bull is. Amber Acorn Cheese. I don't know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I think I gotta find where the Bull is. Okay, so let's find out what doesn't work with Brainstorm. That is compatible with Brainstorm. Popcorn is compatible with Brainstorm. Is To the Moon and Splash are the only ones that are not compatible. You can hold one of the cards by clicking it before they shuffle. Okay. Probably have to like turn down the speed in order to do that. All right, increase 2 by 1. Wait. Can make that a Joker and that a 10. Almost. Straight flush. Yeah, I'm gonna hit that shit. I think I sell popcorn now. And here's the reasoning. It's one of the possible incorrect answers. Hi, Abby. This is technically okay. Abby says meow. Is that what you say? Meow, meow, meow? She just looked at me like... Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Death in the world. I don't think I've ever bought this thing. I mean, I guess I have, but I can get rid of Square Joker. Get rid of To the Moon. I mean, we could go, like, I kind of want to see how long I can keep this run going at this point. What else could I sell? You're random as shit, but also you're a negative, so it kind of doesn't matter. I'm selling popcorn because I don't want to accidentally draw it on the thing that we're about to do, which reminds me, settings, game speed down to like slow as shit. Hi Abby. Yeah. I know it. Abby knows a lot of things. Your stream cut on while I was helping a guy, and I had to briefly explain your stream and that I wasn't winning money, and neither are you from playing the strange poker game. Wasn't this like bopped at some point for thing? Square Joker has more, or Stone Joker has more value than Hanging Chad. It got Peggy 18'd. It got fixed. It's just silly. I mean, you would assume, looking at this game, that real gambling of some sort is happening. Something's happening here. Like, why would you play a poker game where there's no gambling? Where none of it matters? They won the appeal against it. Yeah, I think if you just sit down and play this game, you realize that you're fine. If you sell Square, you won't have to worry about playing 4 anymore. Is this better than Hanging Chad, though? I'm gonna get some water. Abby, would you mind keeping them entertained? She just did a scrunchie. She moved away to do a scrunchie on... Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you're just a baby. Scrunchie. All right, I'm back. Decided to go piss while I was up. Brainstorming the Hanging Chad could go wild. Yeah, okay, so I'm okay with the brainstorm play. I think we get rid of the square. Wow, it had such a... Oh, right, because I've got it slowed down. It's like, why was that effect so like... You'll regret this. Okay, so like... That's actually so easy to do, holy shit. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. That's what you sound like, Abby. Come here, come here, come here. Abby. I use the Warframe cards because these are the ones that my wife set up and I didn't bother changing it, but yee. Abby. She's a good girl. She's a very good girl. Look at this tail. You see how it turns into a little bracelet? Her tail gets more and more curly the more happy she gets. And she'll like curl it around your hand or your arm. I know. I love you. Don't fall off my lap. She's rolled completely off my lap at this point. Let's stay on the lap. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep. Good girl. Hi. Cat 2, yeah, she's very solidly built. She's built like a pug, where she just kind of like takes up. She's very barrel chested, affectionate. I would die for that cat. Does she bite you? She has never bit me. Last night me and the wife were sitting on the couch and Abby started like licking Tilda's fingertip and doing little just to like help clean her finger or some shit. Not even play bites, no. So like I guess that counts. I don't know what the fuck that was, but very helpful. If Abby scratches you, it's usually on accident. Like right now, she's like really digging her claws into my knee right now. But like she wouldn't scratch you on purpose. Baby. Let's go endless with this. Like, why not? I mean, sure. More money, more good. No, you're a good girl. Don't worry about it. It feels great. Currently 11 creates a random joker. Okay. $20 is $20. I have no idea what my most played one is, but that's fine. Oh, no, you're okay, Abby. You're doing great. You do need to get your nails trimmed, but you're a good girl. $4 at the end of the round. No, you're a good girl. You're such a good girl. It does hurt like hell, but I'm willing to withstand the pain for you. Thought you would like to know that the thumbnail on YouTube is just Abby in the chair staring at the camera. That's wonderful. I know. I know. Any Warhammer news? There's apparently some news about the Amazon show. Not anything that I like. I'm not gonna give a shit about the like Amazon show until it's out and available for me to watch on services other than Amazon. Oh, baby girl. Don't. You were the one who got down. Space Marine 3 is supposedly happening. Yeah, that's real. I mean, she's right there. Like, she's... Yeah? We're not going anywhere. If you want pets, it's got to be a lap thing. Yeah, they said that Space Marine 3 is happening. I thought Space Marine 2 was good. It was what it needed to be. I'm glad it did well enough that they were able to like go with it as a thing. I think this is the first time I'm tuning in live. Well, welcome, my dude. Ooh. They did. Oh, is it the World War Z? Did I hear Dragon Force's Warhammer song? I didn't know they wrote one. What? Oh, baby girl. Something you got to get used to is that if they make a Warhammer thing, it's going to be about Ultramarines. Other chapters do not exist. Other factions do not exist. It is going to be about Ultramarines. They're the poster boys. Yeah, that's really like not as good as the bull here. You may love salamanders, that doesn't matter. You don't get to play, like, they don't show up. It's only ever going to be Ultramarines. You. Yeah, you. Abby, you're so silly for this. Yeah. Get some pats and you're just like, rah. Is that biscuits? Yeah. Do you want up again? Hold on, let me get her settled, then I'll move the camera. Because if I move the camera before the petting is done, like before she's settled, then she'll just get up. Okay, I think she's settled. Abby. Yeah. Abby is probably one of the most talkative cats that I've ever had. Yeah, Cadians are the only guard, and Ultramarines are the only faction. But if they show up, the guard people will be Cadian. You're not gonna see Volstroyan, you know. You're not. You might see Krieg. I'm sorry, I'm being too loud. Poor Abby has to deal with my loud ass. I have been culling my deck. Cadia got exploded and they're still the only relevant guard. I wish Darktide was still good. You're just gonna sit here with your head in my hand purring up a storm? Savlar Kim Dogs? Dude, that is such a deep cut that I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh no, you don't. Do not try and go anywhere. You're staying in this lap. Is it a finished product, or is it just like 5 maps and 20 missions involving them? It's fine. Adds $1 of sell value to every Joker and consumable card at the end of the round. Oh, okay. So that combos if you've got the other thing. Tarot cards only sell for like a little bit. All face cards are debuffed. I don't like care. Oh, we can just do 4 of a kind with a stone. Wrong order. Stone shouldn't have been first. Yeah. Almost had that right. Oh. That sounds nice. Create 2 copies of 1 selected card in hand. How about 2 of that guy? That's only when it's in hand, right? Yeah, whatever. Oh my god. I didn't one-shot it? I'm scared. Oh, okay, never mind. We got that. Yeah, I mean, like, Titus's time in Deathwatch is probably infinitely more interesting than whatever the fuck. I mean, like, what is that dude's fucking problem? If you've played the game, you know what I'm talking about, and you know who I'm talking about. But legitimately, what the fuck with that guy? Need more stone and glass? Yeah, I think so. I think we can strength these up and then do 2 queens and 2 aces, and we have a full house, and we put the queen all the way. 10 chips plus 30. 11 chips, perfect. I mean, it is his job, but it is definitely like he's got a chip on his shoulder about it. Oh, we have enough full house here. I think we're probably losing fairly soon. Like, it's one of those things that it's like, yeah, obviously in this universe, he does have the ability and the right and the wherewithal to do such a thing. But also... Okay, so if I get 20, that's going to be 40 times 2, so it's actually 80, right? Anti-11 is 100% a kill screen for me, yeah. Like, he spent 200 years into the Deathwatch? I don't remember how long he spent in the Deathwatch, but like, sure. Let's say it was 200. Oh, we unlocked a Joker. Well, that's good. Have 400 or more in a single run. Only play 1 hand type this. Oh my god. Yeah, the big blind and the small blind are... It basically... What if you just drew a shit hand? Like, why should you bet? Like, if you draw, like, the shittest hand possible... Why would you, like, why not just fold immediately? Well, the small blind and the big blind force you to lose money, so you actively have to try. You can't just stall until you have a good hand. Only 100? I see. 100 in Inquisition custody. Yeah, it's a miracle. Yeah, you guys got a Rogue Trader game. You should be happy that like Rogue Trader is treated as a real thing. Because I don't remember the last time there was any sort of like, when was the last time Rogue Trader was relevant? Okay, 4 of a kind is really good, but it's not gonna be. Oh, thank you. I don't usually get that compliment, Arp. I really appreciate that, man. I need to start Rogue Trader. I think that would be a horrible stream because I think it would confuse the shit out of chat. What are the odds that I get another 4 of a kind? And is this going to be good enough? Put Stone Card in first place and switch Bull with Hanging Chad. So it only matters which one is here, but this is 175. That should not be in the front. No, I know you mean it, Raylor, but I'm like, I should do that as well. This is 814. Hanging Chad on the left. So you want Hanging Chad all the way to left. So let me put you this way. This one gets us, you don't get the 50 chips from it. You just trigger a card twice. So let's say it triggers this Queen of Spades with the bonus card, right? Play the stone card that's in hand. Oh, put it all the way to the left. And then re-trigger. Oh, okay, that's why you're saying that. So this would re-trigger it twice, which would mean that it is 100, which is less than 814. It'll re-trigger 2 more times. It'll re-trigger twice, right? So it'll re-trigger 4 times, right? So that's 200. I would rather get 814 times 2. Like, are you guys doing the math right, or am I? One of us is fucking up the math here. Okay. 4 of a kind is going to be really rough to do again, but maybe it's enough. This is a rare 4 of a kind kind of deck. Do we have enough? We have several stone cards that we could use. Bull should be on the left, yeah. Because of how much Bull is worth right now. With Brainstorm, it's 814 times 2. Let's just go for it. Pray for me, chat. Halfway there. Living on a prayer. We got our ace. That's 41. Voices of the Void was fun. I want to give it a little time to gestate, and then we'll come back to it. Like, next week. No shot? Yeah, no. Now I got a 4 of a kind deck. I don't know how the fuck I built that, but sure. Converts all cards in hand to a single random rank. There's a Chaos Trich integration mod. You may need to upgrade your hands. -1 hand size. Yeah, that does mean that I'm less likely to get... And, like... I'm not really trying to go 4 of a kind. It's just sort of happens because I've culled out a bunch of cards and copied a bunch of cards. It ends up being a lot of 4 of a kind. YOLO? You know what? YOLO. Oh, shit! Holy shit, fuck. That doesn't work that way. Okay. Oh, they can send you emails and random gift packages, and that's cute. Joker, Tarot, and Planet and Spectral cards may appear multiple times. Oh, I don't have room for that. It's not over. Come on now. Why not go for free booster packs and get more aces in there? Oh no. Oh, I'm cooked. Oh, we're fucked. I'm doing a million each time, and there's no way. It's just not a thing, man. It's just not a thing. I did my best. Rip to a fucking good deck. Yippee! Yipe! Earn $1 at the end of each round per unique planet card used this run. Okay. It might be easier to actually win Orange Stake with Plasma than the checker deck. Yeah, I just fucking don't upgrade shit. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just don't ever use planet cards. It's not discovered, but the world is a vampire. Because I already bought it. Like, my wife is so much more about, like, planet cards than I am. And I think that's the correct thing to do, but just, like, I don't fucking... Midas Mask? Hold on. Is that a Joker? It would have to be. Collection. Joker. I don't know what Midas Mask looks like. I would assume it's gold to some degree. The gold egg. Okay, gold egg. Okay. Gold egg. Do I not have that one? Page 6. Oh, this one. Okay. All face cards become gold cards when scored. Oh, I see. And then you, okay, yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. Yeah, I need to get used to using plasma or using the, I'm still gonna discard. Full house, sure. I don't know why I'm playing this hard. I think it's because I want more money. Midas Mask does go insane with Vampire. Maybe it'll show up again. Yeah, Abby. I don't think you mean any of that. And in fact, you're a baby. Like, a huge baby. A big baby? Yeah, you are. I'm your father, don't argue with me. Yeah, well, still a baby. No? I mean, tough luck, kid, you are. Do I just play high card that and then get rid of, I guess, the ace with it? Oh, no, because it'll play the ace as the high card. All right. Does it have to be scored? Okay. Yeah. You had a flush? I was one card short of a flush. Now I have a flush, right? No. I could work for a flush, but it's a debuffed 8 in the flush. It's still worth it just for, yeah. I don't know why I worry in this deck. Driver's license would be solid. That'll actually be relevant in a minute here when I have money. I know, Abby Babby. I know. It's so hard being a baby, isn't it? You get up from pets and then you don't. Oh. Unless. Yeah. Oh. Unless. One random card and 4 enhanced numbered cards. I don't think that's worth, because that's random bullshit that I don't want. And I don't think that face cards count as numbered cards. We'll put this on 9. I'll discard a 9. For a tarot card, I'd do it. I'm 1 off a flush. Oh, but I've got a... I feel so broke now. I'm gonna start getting some celestial packs. I don't know what I'm really like doing as far as it 2 pair, I guess is the thing I'm doing. Play only one hand type this round. Okay. I'm not gonna trust that we get another full house. Do we get another flush? We're not getting another diamond flush. It's actually kind of what? Oh, because we drew them. Okay, so we haven't gotten rid of any cards this time. Could have played it as 2 pair. I suppose so. Is a flush good enough? I bet you a flush is just good enough. It's not. Okay. We have the most spades right now. So I should discard, but we have the most hearts in hand. Okay, I can get this. Game said no. Yeah, I don't. The flush thing was not real. I don't know why I thought that was gonna be real. Honestly thought that would be good enough with the way that this deck is. Everybody's talking about bug snacks. What a wild fucking game to have been made. Was that an indie studio or is that like a AAA? $31 chips. They're an indie studio. It's the better of the two, and then we're broke. All club cards are debuffs. Okay. Okay, so the ace counts as... Okay, so the face cards don't count for this. Got it. Yeah, I think, yeah, I would love to know what their like work culture is that allows them to have that happen. Like that is insane batting average. Like that they're able to come out with that many bangers is kind of fucking impressive. I see a potential flush. I would like it better than a 2. I could get like a pair of 9s or some shit if I really need it. Bruh. That's probably fine. A pair of, yeah, 2 pair. How do you not confuse clubs and spades? They constantly look so similar. Like, my brain is just weird, man. When the round begins, add a random playing card with a random seal to your hand. They did have bug snacks cooking for a long time. They have like a AAA polish, but like an indie mindset of like, you couldn't pitch. I don't think you could pitch either like Octodad or bug snacks to a big. Yeah, really playing the really wish you had bought that shit, didn't you? Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing because I had that one where it's like for every time you add a card or whatever. 6 years in between games. Just produce bangers, guys. That's all you gotta do. Just only make good games. Never make a bad game. Increase my odds of getting what I want. Dudley's Catch was remastered and expanded version. Right. I don't know how you would keep up with that. Like, that seems like a very difficult production process. It's scary too, because like if they fuck up once, that studio probably goes under. Cause you just can't, like, you have to have faith that your product is so good that you're willing to spend that extra time on it. Like, so that's the reason that like AAA games don't, is because they don't have any faith in their product. They just shit things out as fast as possible and then they're happy with it. And like, that's not the people working there doing it. That's like the management telling them to do so. I guess we're straight. This is like not something I'm actively thinking about because it's too weird. Only Nintendo wants. Okay, AAA wants to create platforms nowadays. When you say create platforms, what do you mean? Oh, like a creator platform where you make shit. Like, people are making things for it. I was hoping I could... A flush is fine. I'd prefer a straight, though. Just only straight. Only straight. Straight is really hard to set up as a thing. A single game they can monetize to hell and back. Yeah, you're right. That is a thing. I think people have gotten way too happy with just like beige and gruel. You know, like there's no expectation that things are good. They're just good enough. That like slop video really fucked me up. Like, that video is a lot. That it's just like, wow, people just don't give a shit about quality anymore. $4, then double $4, so that's 20. Yeah, sure. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. It's fine. You know what? It's only a $6 difference. I should have popped the Fool, then done that, and then I would have been able to get an extra $6. -1 hand size. Okay. I would like a straight, please. Thank you. Not quite a straight yet. You're working on it. The game is just... Here's the deal with the whole, like, there's no such thing as, like, true gamers, you know? True gamers is something that people with, like, money to spend on a hobby say they are in order to make themselves feel good about financial decisions they do. You're not special for being a consumer. I'm sorry. You're not. You're just someone who buys shit. You can enjoy video games, but that's not like a... Someone who plays Call of Duty is as much of a gamer as you are. Like, that... Brass tacks, real shit. True bicyclist, true whoever. Yeah, exactly. It's the same kind of shit. It's like, what does that even mean? Yeah, labeling yourself a gamer has the same vibe as labeling yourself as a otaku. It's cringe. Like, I'm sorry, but it's not special to be a gamer. I would like this to be straight. This is straight. Oh, I'm missing a jack, motherfucker. All right, well, we don't need you, or you. Well, we have a flush, so I'm just gonna discard and hope that I get a jack. Okay, we got a jack. I'm trying to get this guy built up early. What do I... The no true Scotsman appeal to purity. Sure. Not worth. Not worth. When it's worth, when I'm right and you're all wrong, my dick's gonna be so fucking hard and big and you're gonna have to deal with it. I should not shout these words. I have neighbors and they don't work on the weekends. It's like so not worth it because of the state of this deck. Convert the left card into the right card. All right, so we go boop, boop. 2 bonuses. And then we convert a 3 into a... You know, let's ditch this first. We'll come back to that. We don't need that queen anymore, so we can ditch her as well. Wrong death? Yeah, I should probably death the other one. Why does the king look like Dracula from Hotel? It's the villain from Don't Starve. I love the aesthetic of Don't Starve. I wish the game was fun. Do you know what I mean? Are we diamonds? What's the diamonds Joker? Or it's not a... There's like a... It's not a Joker, it's a Spectral. No, okay, that has nothing to do with that, okay. There is a Joker that gives you cash for each diamond scored. Okay, we can be about that. Like, I just had a really hard time, like, enjoying that game. Which sucks, because it was, like, really cool. It was the first game. It's not a rage game, no. It's a very difficult... It's a very difficult, like, 2D survival game. I need like a 8 or a 9. Okay. So we increase this one and this one. Yeah. Again, just to play this straight. I like erosion, but not in this deck. Ice cream, you're so fucking weird. Yeah, the game is just too hard. Like, not to sound like a baby bitch, but like that game is hard as balls, man. Like, that game does not give a shit if you're gonna have a fun time with it or not. At all. It is also the first gift that I gave my wife. We were long distance, and so it's just, you know, easiest to give Don't Starve to my wife, because she really loved Chester, the chest. She thought it was cute, and then she thought that Wilson looked like me. Once he gets his beard, anyway. I'm surprised she stayed with you. I don't think she's played it much. It was like the game that I was streaming a lot, and I was like, this is a good game. I'll get this. Wilson, Don't Starve. Like day 2 or so of his beard. Beard. Like right here. Like the fucking crazy ass hair, the pointy chin beard. It's pretty on point. He looks like Neo Cortex with more hair. I mean, yeah, same. That's what I'm saying. Adds 1 stone card to the deck when blind is selected. That's not an enhancement, right? It is? Is Vampire worth keeping? Like, it's not, right? Like, it's not, we're not gonna get Midas masked. It's a free +1 per round. I don't think it's helping you. I'm just so, like, okay. Do me a favor, okay? I know I'm going to regret selling this, so clip this. I regret doing this in advance, and I'm going to play this clip again once I'm selling it. To buy this, it'll be better. There won't be a Midas in the next fucking round. I swear. It'll be fine. There's one that's like the opposite of erosion, right? Hologram falls for the splash trap again. Splash is good, but I think that it's not actually worth it, because I'm going for straights, which means that I'm going to be playing all of them and all of them will be scored. I have negative $1. That's real. Like, that can happen. Like, if I do this, then I get rid of Odd Todd and Splash. I definitely get rid of Splash if I'm gonna get that. But Polychrome to 1. Polychrome's not actually good in this deck, which is weird. Red Sea. I mean, we don't really have anything that we're using that for. None of those are worth making negative. I would like the runner to be negative. I think I'm going to keep him because I think I'm doing a straight deck. I don't really know how to like increase the odds of me playing a straight. It's definitely not with the stone card. These two are kind of anti-synergistic with each other, the stone card and the runner. The sock is already, yeah, this one is good, but it doesn't need to do anything. If this one or okay, that just tells us the direction we're going with our deck. Talking too much? Okay, fine. Okay. So does that mean that we get rid of the Marble Joker? I don't know what Ancient is, but sure. I would say probably dump it. I think it's anti-synergistic with the runner. It's okay to have one. It makes less straights. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. I need a king. This adds up my multiplier really fast. Anything that gets you chips is what I should value. Like plus chips equals plus win. Like that's what I learned on the last one. That's like how this deck works, is that like multipliers don't matter, chips are all that matter. That would be good. All right. Yeah, sure. I accidentally did that, but whatever. Yeah, no. I'm not sure how to increase the chances of a straight aside from just like narrowing the deck down to just like a straight. Like multiple copies of the same cards that make up a straight, probably all face cards. So like ace, king, queen, jack, 10. Smear Joker. I don't know what that does, but I trust that that might be it. I guess I could look it up, but. Yeah, I try get through like 2 through 7. 4 cards. Oh, that's for flush. Do we high card ace? You know what? It's probably going to be fine with just like this. I think the bull really carried us last round. It really fucking did. Oh. I need to get that one that increases the odds of it doing the thing. We're not really angling for anything. I bought the pack and I was just like, I guess I'll do that. Like, that's really where it was at. Like, it was like better than nothing, I guess. If the hand contains 3 or fewer cards, sure, have a 2 in there. I'm sure you're right, Zumba. I just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm going to keep this until I need a slot, and then I'll sell it. All face cards are debuffed. That's fine. Can I get a 6, though? What the fuck are you doing? Thank you for buffing the random shit. I got a bad feeling about this one. I think that's high card jack, and I don't want that. We could do like literally just to get rid of it. I think it's like high card 8. Spaceman. He's trolling, man. That's great. That's awful. That's just, that doesn't add up fast enough. I didn't see what the blind was, but I don't think I liked the words that I was reading. Can I get a 5? I'm gonna go the other direction with it. Can I get a jack? There we are. They're all black. Surely would mean something if this game was fun. And it is, but it doesn't. Unless if you're playing that one deck. Space Joker actually worked for once, so that was cool. What the fuck are you doing here again, man? +2 hand size. That's just not good. How much do you sell for? You sell for 2. Okay. Tarot cards are good. +2 hand size is good for straights. I guess I didn't need to sell that yet. Oh well. Double 12 or 2 tarot cards? 2 tarot cards. You have 5 hands, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wait on this for a sec. I need an 8 in order to do the thing. Wait, no, I have a flush, right? No, I'm 1 off. I'm gonna just not try and get that flush. That's fine. I need a jack now. Okay, out of discard, so my best hand is 2 kings. Okay. Just play trash. You know what? I can just play trash. Let's say a high card. That was pointless. I don't know why the fuck I did that. I was like, that'll make it a fucking flush with 3 cards. It won't, you stupid shit. It actually won't. Okay. Great. I guess we're going diamond hands? I think I'm waiting on that. Oh, you start with 0 discards. Okay. I was like, what is happening? Why can't I do the thing? Let's play 2 pair. That's pretty cool, right? I should have added the 2 in there. Misplay. Misplay Dan. That's what they call me. And by they, I mean no one. And by Dan, I mean that's not my real name either. So it's just kind of fucking weird. It would be weird if anyone called me that, but like I said, it's fortunate because no one actually does call me that. So we're good on that front. Thank you for buffing high card 4 times. That's really good of you. Just real banger shit coming out of the pipe right now. How about I'm 1 off of it being where I can convert them all. I'll do it to the 10. Yeah, they call me weird, but they don't call me Dan. Do I go for the flush? Is flush worth more than full house? Full house is 40 times 4. No, okay. So full house is worth more. I guess that makes sense. It is like harder to get a hold of. Normally, unless if you cheat, because that's what you do. Time to pivot to high card. No. I'm trying to get rid of cards, man. Gives your current sell value. Or create 2 terror cards, which could be add more sell value. DNA is good, but not for straights, yeah. And that's like our vibe right now.
What is that? It's the end of...
No. All right. Do I want spades? They're fine. If we're gonna get rid of anything, we get rid of the hearts for spades. What are we ditching? We're gonna convert 3 to diamonds. No, we're gonna destroy 2. We'll destroy these 2, which means that we convert this one, this one. I don't want to convert a... We convert this one, and this one to spades. We make this one a steel card. And then we delete these 2. Don't ask what I'm doing because I won't give you a good answer. I need to get rid of that stone card, but that's kind of just locked in at this point. I think I gamble on the negative tag. I mean, I have a slot extra because I have a negative already, but like I think I go for it regardless. With a plasma deck, I'm a little bit more willing to skip. The multiplier thing's just not real. I can't buy the burnt joker. Hearts. Destroy up to 2 selected cards. I'll take it. That helps us get straights. We got 47 cards. I have the space for a joker, but... Okay, so we destroy... What do we want to keep out of this? Like, none of this hand. This hand's actually shit. I think we get rid of a 2 and a 3. And then we discard this. Why is it still bad? Why are you still bad? Why are you still bad? Okay. Play trash? Trash hand gets me 24,000. Okay. I think I got it with this one. Spaceman? You want to show up for work? Convert the left card into the right card. What do I do with that? I think I make this into a queen or an ace. We make it into an ace for sure. Let's convert the 9 actually into an ace of diamonds. And then we do 3 aces and 2 queens. Okay. Yeah, we can just keep it until it gives us something halfway decent, I guess. This game is trolling the shit out of me. Like, it legitimately is at this point. More diamonds. 21 diamonds. Only 5 hearts left. That's good. If he gives you trash, you can just sell it for something better. Skipping for a joker could be okay. Or, I mean, not a joker. Yeah, not for a... Yeah, you want jokers for that. Each queen held in hand gives a 13 multiplier. I'm sure your mom is very proud of you on that one. The fuck? I have a flush. It's not a very good flush though. It's got a 2 in it, which is not really like how I like to roll, but like we could probably get a flush with diamonds. This is probably good enough. I don't know why I stress. I need that bull again though. Hey Jake, how you doing? Two random tarot cards. Oh, I'm on 8. Man, this goes so fast. I keep forgetting I'm on ante 8. Enhances 1 card to a stone card. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, bull is significantly better. So like bootstraps is better normally because multiplier gives you like better scaling. But in this deck, anything with chips is essentially multiplier. And anything that's multiplier is essentially chips. Could have sold to get interest. Yeah, I probably should have. I want to keep the 10 actually, because I want that for a straight. I have a flush, but I can get a straight. Like I could totally get a straight here. I just need a queen. There we go. See? It's as easy as that. I should have sold this. Okay, let's upgrade this. I think I'm fucked on the boss blind. Yeah, I think you're right, unfortunately. Because this is already difficult, and it's just like, this is like only 1,000 or 150,000. That's nothing in comparison. Dump riffraff. Dump riffraff. Of all the cards to dump, I think I dumped Space Joker because it's not working and I need it to work right now. So when is this? When the blind is selected. You misread. Sounds on brand, 100%. It's negative, it can't hurt. Right, yeah. Choose one. Stone, heart, gold, multi. I think it's convert one into the other, and it's convert this guy into this guy. That's a desperation buy. Changes at the end of the round and get a multiplier based on the number of tarot cards you've played. Okay. I believe in the heart of the cards. Thank fuck for that. You can lucky card glass card, right? Because this is not a tarot thing. I'm pretty sure. No? Okay. It will replace. Okay. We will oh, well, it's lucky. Okay, so it's lucky. We'll lucky this guy and that guy. No, we'll lucky the queen and the jack. Triggers that thing, and then also we just hope that we get it. Ace, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't have a tremendous amount of faith in us right now. I think we might be fucked. Yeah, we're fucked. Oh yeah, that's nothing. Whatever, fuck it. All right, one more. So I have to beat orange steak, which is above purple steak. We're just gonna do the flush thing. I think the value of this one's higher, but I'm not sure. I also just like the way that the spades look. Spades are my favorite suit for no particularly good reason. I just enjoy them. Which is better, a flush or okay, and then a straight is 30 times 4. Flush is 35 times 4. Flush is better. This is such a brainless deck. It doesn't score as well, but I like hearts the most. Fair. Hanging Chat is really solid. I was gonna buy a random joker and I'm like, but it's actually good. All heart cards are debuffed. Okay, cool. So that's just half my deck. That's fine. I don't care. That was a lie. I actually care a lot. Because of Bloodstone? I just like the aesthetic of these. Like, it's not about like the specific joker that buffs them. Like the diamond one does the thing for money, and then what does the spades one do? Spades is chips. Like, is that part of the strat I should start thinking? Oh, yeah, that is good. We're more likely to do this than this. This is hard to do. And then we can get another joker. I think that's more likely. Pants would have been probably good here, but I just need to be able to survive this bullshit. And if I get the Queen of Hearts, I can just like hold on to her like that. Hard discard down to like, you know, just look for good. Oh, I can't play. Okay. Huh. Huh. It won't count? All right, then we do 2 pair. You still get the value of the hand being played, but you don't get any other value. For... This is such a nothing burger of a hand. All of these? You see a straight? Hold up. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, it's a straight. The only problem with this is I'm broke as shit. Like, I have no interest going. But we are only on ante 2. I'm gonna buy it and just start saving. How much do you sell for? We'll sell it at the end, like when I think the round's ending. Okay, I gotta check that because like that's something I hadn't even thought about. Is like, what are the specific jokers for these? Because like, you know, spade. Oh, huh. Okay, I didn't know they had those little symbols on them. I didn't know about okay, so we got bloodstone. Wish there was a way of like sorting this better. I at least bought that so I never have to look at it again. Okay. What does bloodstone look like? It's just I think it's like a black and red stone. Okay, so this gives... Okay, here they are. Diamond. Half a chance to give a 1.5 times multiply, whereas this one is just chips. I think bloodstone's better than arrowhead. Because half the time, but if you're playing like a full hand of 5 cards, you got like 2.5 are going through. Yeah, arrowhead is definitely solid. Don't get me wrong, nice. But okay, so I guess I'll call out the spades rather than the other way around. I guess I should have kept that queen, but you know what? We're gonna sell that so we can get something as resembling interest going. Oh, that wasn't a win? Right, we actually have to like play the game now. We're not playing the plasma deck. I'm gonna save for a bit. First hand is drawn face down. That's probably fine. Shop has a free rare joker. I'm gonna go for it. I just don't trust anything here. That's the way you get around that one, is you just discard all your shit, but we could get a straight here via the 9. Okay, we got king, queen, jack, 10, 9. We have to play something, so we might as well play that. And it's not a bad hand with king 10-9. Okay, full house then. Like how this is supposed to be a flush deck and I'm just not. Chat's not paying attention to the redeems now. This is like second monitor content for sure. So that's getting bought. That's absolutely getting bought. 2 times multiplier if the hand contains a flush. That doesn't break our interest, so we're good. Get a spectral card. I'll take a spectral, yeah. Oh. Creates a random rare joker, sets the money to 0. I'm playing Stardew. I don't know about sub follow noises, but more sound effects would be good. Chat loves it when I make the noises. Exactly. Chat likes me making noises and saying things. Create a rare joker, set the money to 0. Chat loves the sound effect ones. Like, let's cook crack today. Like, why did that get played right now? Spaghetti Deprezi, why now? Like, it had nothing to do with anything. It was just like a funny sound that could play. It's good. I get rid of one of the money ones and hope for a rare joker. That's, yeah, I guess if I don't care about the interest, then yeah. That's actually really good for a flush deck. I think that's actually real. Not he. This is gonna help out with later game quite a bit. Oh, all right. Inertia, I'll see ya. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Whatever you happen to be doing. Me and the wife are going to a party tonight. Just like a little like get together of people. It's not even like a party. But they're gonna have food. We got calzones last night from our favorite pizza place. Turns out they do not make good calzones, but they make good pizza. So just, you know. Adds a stone when blind is selected. We're not doing that. Worst pizza I've ever had? Papa John's. Papa John's just makes me shit myself. Pingal, I'm very sorry. Papa John's is just grease and oil and no flavor. And the guy sucks ass even though he's gone now. Not on the spot, but Jesus. Whatever happened to Papa John's prophesized reckoning? I don't know. I've eaten 40 pizzas in 30 days. The day of reckoning is coming. Absolutely unhinged shit. What was that guy on, you think? Like, ketamine was not as popular back then. So it wasn't probably that. Yeah, no one calls Papa John's daddy. Racist? I mean, yeah, he was on racism. I just don't know what the rest of his deal was. You know what I mean? Like, why was he like that? Like, Taco Bell can be okay sometimes. Face card first? Nah. Nah, fam, we don't give a shit. Well then. Yeah, you can get a Baja Blast at Taco Bell. You just get the runny shits at Papa John's, you know? All right. Well, shit. I got this game yesterday. Maybe we install it real quick. Yeah, I guess Papa John's is a good laxative. That is good. I think nose candy's still the thing for okay. What is the name of it? Wanted Raccoon. Not enough space. Why are you 8 gigs? No, what? Oh, it's 9 gigs. Okay, hold on. I need to clear out some room. Documents, videos, freshly recorded. This shit for the past like month or so. We delete. Oh, I can't delete that far forward. I can delete like all of February. We don't need February here. Yeah. Little Caesars in the 90s was good. In the 2000s, it was shit, from what I hear. I just stopped going. And now it might be good again. One would hope. Okay, I need another like gig or so. What can I get rid of? Get rid of a bunch of games that I'm not going to play. That one, let's see. I want to finish just in case if it comes together at some point. Give it another go once the game is installed again. Sulfur demo, I think we can get rid of for now. Sorcery, we're doing Dagger Directive. Like, I have played that game to death. Do not delete Yick. Yick has already been uninstalled. Yick was uninstalled after that stream. I'll be real with you. Yeah, like, I think that, like, you kind of just sort of accept that it's kind of trash. Like, it's cheap pizza, you know? I've not played Peglin since September, and I think I'm okay with that. Okay, now do we have space? Yeah, my Franker Face Z took a shit yesterday. Hunt's Brothers Pizza at gas station. It's the biggest pizza chain in the United States. And no one even knows what the fuck you're talking about, but it is real. That is the biggest. Went to Little Caesars and they said they have hot and ready pizza. I asked if it was good and they said it was hot and ready. Yeah, that's kind of real, not gonna lie. They may need to reinstall based on a update to the manifest or some shit. Okay. Okay, now I have... Wait, what the fuck did I install that was, like, 300 gigs? Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm starting the download of Wanted Raccoon. Currently, Domino's has the highest rated thing. I believe I've already gotten rid of Infinity and Iki.
I've had over 40 pizzas in the last 30 days. Living currently in Mark Shapiro should be in jail. He has no pizza experience. He's never been in the pizza category. I would just say, stay tuned. The day of reckoning will come. The record will be straight.
Why not set the record straight now? I mean, what is it about the record that's not straight?
Stay tuned.
What the fuck did he mean by that? I think that he thought that he was going to turn the company around or something. The news reporter has said that Papa John was more squishy than a used sponge. Okay. Give me 2 minutes to go get coffee and take a piss. I'll be right back. Get some water. All right, I am back. Sorry for the long wait. There's an extra, I need to just set it to 3 minutes and just give myself the time. Apologies. We're playing some weird fucking raccoon game. Let's see. I feel like I just got a huge raid or something. Because, I think there was only, 200 odd change people here, and then, more people showed up. Not complaining, just confused. Wanted raccoon. I think people just appeared. Sure. Oh, it is St. Patrick's Day. I saw this meme the other day. It was like a interview on the street kind of thing. It was going to... Sorry, I'm posting that I'm switching games. It's going to a you know, St. Patrick's Day parade and asking people who are dressed up as Irish people to name 3 cities in Ireland. Like, I learned a bit of Gaelic as a kid, not any that I remember. Shout out to Dublin and Strangely Odd Weirdo who gave a sub to Dublin. Oh, I didn't even watch the video, but I'm gonna bet that they did not. That's better than I did, Woodman. I was like, Dublin? Gaelic is Scottish. Yeah, I used to go to this Scots-Irish pride thing. It's just sort of like Scottish and Irish history event. They would do like, you know, verbal storytelling, and they would have music, and they would have food, and it was fun. And then it got taken over by, you know, anyway. Like, if it's an excuse to drink, that's one thing. Oh man, this looks like slop, man. This looks pretty bad, actually. Americans that claim to be Scottish, Irish, I mean, like, I have that history, but yeah, I can't tell you anything about either place because I haven't been. This game looks a little crusty. Okay. Thank you for supporting us from the very start of Early Access. We will be releasing patches and updates every month. Hope for understanding. Hope for understanding. Settings. I can open up the Discord overlay. That's exciting. No, I don't want to do that, so thank you for going away. Wait, English? Oh. It says it in English, but also another language. Interesting. Graphics. Okay. This feels like, God, what was the name of that game that I played with the zombie? It was like Zombie Jones or some shit. Not like the good one everyone knows about, but the one that had the JonTron thing in it. I like raccoons. I think they're cute. I think they're weird fellas. They got little hands that do things. They got personalities and feelings. They're fellas. This was a gift, yes. Hold space to wake up. All right. Look around. Got a little vest on. Compass. Go towards the yellow thing. Got it. E to start dialogue. Good morning. Today is a special day. It's a time for you to become my successor. Take my backpack and find out if Nutters needs help. Press E. Cool. Who the fuck is... I mean, Nutters is 100% a squirrel. There's no run. Crouch is a thing, but there's no run. Please, go faster. See, you're in charge today. I have a task for you, but first, take a mushroom from the stump and eat it. Okay. Wait. Wait. Use the buttons. Oh, okay. Hold on. This is like the wrong... I'm gonna just take us off the screen because, like... I think we're both of us are in the way of the game. Because I didn't see this down here. That's where the thing was. For what that mushroom do. Cool. Great job. Now you're full. Can you help me collect some food for our friends? Sure. Oh, I can run now. Thank fuck. I don't know why I would want to sneak. Okay. Well, you can, anyway. Take it to Monty the Mole. Hello? Do you help with collecting food today? Oh. Wonderful. You can use stones to knock the apples down. Stones? Where do you see stones? Oh, here. Okay, aim with... I don't know, are raccoons tool users? Slippery floor. What? Oh, I'm supposed to go to him. Okay. Thanks for helping me collect all the food. Now, Skylar should have returned from his daily surveillance flight. Go ask if everything's all right in the forest. What do you want to bet they're fucking not? Hello. Skylar. Good that you came. I have a distressing news to report. Something strange is happening at the edge of the forest. I think you and Jack should have a look at it. They break shells with rocks, but that's about as advanced as they get. You're entrusted with the backpack. Skylar says he saw something strange at the edge of the forest. Well, let's go check it out. Like, so far, like, the writing has been the worst part, followed by the music. It's raining now on a... Okay, no, there are actually clouds now. That's fine, then. It's just a little bit of a sun shower for a sec. I bet you it's that bulldozer's over there. Just floating. Look, someone's coming. They have a Ford F-150. Like a rock. Look, someone's coming. Say avoid... Okay. Stay away from them to avoid trouble. Humans, oh no! Wait, why did I get 10 points for that? Was it because I jumped over? Did he get 10 points for jumping the curve? Amazing animation. Hey. What do? Well, it looks like in mere seconds we lost our beloved home. Alright, listen. I'll distract the people so you can free your friends. Got it? Okay. sneaking is not required. Thank you for rescuing me. Now let's get out of here. Fucking dead. Old Joe, no! What? I instantly got rocked. Completed the meadow. Where am I? Feels like a dream. I like how they use the snake eater thing. Rope. Rope. Rocks. Okay. Pick up some stones. You need 5. Does it matter where I hit him? No. Amazing. Fuck the police. Oh shit! Shit. Probably shouldn't have dumped all my ammo on this guy. Like destroying his dick. Can press tab to look at things. Okay, cool. Thank you. Tying up enemies. Good. He's going to free the others. I need to stop him. Nice. A little bit glitchy there, that's fine. Looks like I fell asleep again. They can still hear you if you move too quickly. The icon is crossed out, you can't be seen. The icon is not crossed out, that means you can be seen. I do like that they made him a chunky boy. That's good. Hide in boxes. You can use cardboard box as a mobile shelter. I wonder if these guys were inspired at all by Metal Gear. Raccoon Gear Solid. Probably not. Why are you coming over here? This is a sneaking mission. Colonel. Colonel, I'm a fucking raccoon. Snake! Hiding in containers. You can also hide in containers like laundry cans and trash bucket. Okay. A guard is about to enter the place, so hide quickly. It's a fine stealth immersive sim. Intense music. I'm streamed a lot of Sly Cooper. I'm not huge on collectathons. What are we waiting for? Okay. Left click to skip. I was expecting the cutscene to end at some point. Where am I being taken? Great question, actually. Quests. I could probably do a decent Snake cosplay. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just I've got a beard, yeah? Amazing. Video games. Is there a trick button? Oh. Good. Do I need to pick it back up? Probably not. No, it just respawns. Kind of stuck. Okay. Why is there a respawn countdown? Is that a fucking grenade? I think you have to just run onto the... Okay, it's weird. The controls to get on are weird. Poor fella just got the shit kicked out of him. I should be able to do a 50-50 grind on that rail. This game is unironically great. It is very much a game. Catch me if you can, asshat. It's trash, but it's funny trash. It seems all right. They had a full Finnish dub. Interesting choice of regionalization. I wasn't aware Finnish was a big enough market to do that. Yol is Swedish, which is close to being Finnish. There's a lot of skateboarding dogs, mostly like pugs and bull terriers and dachshunds. Seems not all people are aggressive towards me. Okay. Fire hydrant. If you have a monkey wrench, you can monkey with it. Okay, I do have a monkey wrench, so let me do that then. Amazing. What happens if I... Yeet. Should probably run while I have a chance. Spilling liquids. You can create slippery... This is better than it should be. It's still not good, but... Falling objects create noise. You can lure people by... Okay, but what about... Can I get this fire hydrant? Because I've been... Okay, they're not real. Wife! Hi, wife! Oh, she can't... I don't have the camera on. She might have... Here, hold on. I don't know if she can, like, hear me or not, so I just wanted to make sure she saw me. Falling objects can be used to... Oh. That's a leg. Hi, wife. I love you. Crouching. Okay. Can I have that? Ah, rope trap. Okay, I wasn't ready to use the rope trap. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Okay. Amazing. Okay, it worked. Well done, you made it out of the cage. Right ahead of you is not going to be an easy one. Try and save her friends as soon as possible. Take that backpack and get out. What if I... Can I not save you now? Nothing up here to care about. We just open the... Of course. Oblivion. Lockpicking. Okay. I probably shouldn't try and parkour, because there's probably no point to it. Oh yeah, no, that's the Skyrim one. The Oblivion one was with the pins. I saw something I can interact with over here. Okay. I was just crazy. Don't worry about it. I should probably eat these bagels. Their health, and I think you also get to run. Oh, do I have to pick it? Or do I just have to cause chaos so they come in here? Oh, just they will conveniently walk in here when I'm ready for them. Camera sees me, an alarm will go off and I'll get busted. The Skyrim was the one I modded out because it was boring, especially after 4 games. Yeah. I like the raccoon picture. There should be a switch behind this door that turns the camera off. There's noise coming from in there. It seems like somebody's coming. I need to hide in that plant right now. Like, they've made more of a stealth game than an immersive game because they didn't give me enough tools. I suspect I won't have a lot of things to fuck with. Can I grab any of this? Can I just... This? No? Snake? Wait, ESO has lockpicking, and also ESO still exists? Both of those, like, surprise the shit out of me. What do you do with a cup? Okay, you throw it like a rock, of course. You downloaded a model that has doors that open. Why are you Can I use this to my advantage? Can I hide in here? I guess. There's something over here I can pick up. Small pillow. No idea what it does. You can also... I can't imagine that does damage, but okay. ESO just had an update 6 days ago. What the actual shit? I'm pretty sure people are still playing EverQuest, though, so I can't talk. Okay. I got a soda out of it. People still play RuneScape, yeah. That's mostly for Sea Shanty too, though. Yeah, I guess if it's a live service and it doesn't cost you much to, like, keep it going, then why not? Like, I imagine that the prices for MMOs, like, to run them goes down over time. Because servers get better. But, like... you don't have to get bigger, better ones all the time because, like, people don't fucking keep playing your game. Like, you essentially just have to appeal to, like, the 20 people that are still playing your game. You know what? No one's over here. I don't really get what this is supposed to do, but it says it works, so what? Oh, I get it now. Oh, shit. I get it now. You good? Don't worry about me, man. I tried to give 76 a shot, but it's just so anemic. Yeah, it really does just feel like, trust us, this live service will be worth it one day. Okay, so like here, or like here is better because he's gonna open the door and then it'll... Yeah, and now I break some shit. I mean, yeah. 76 could have been a good game. A lot of games could have been good had they been allowed to actually bake. Not gonna try and prove my point by mentioning other games. I mean, it's cute that you decorated all this shit. It's just kind of sad that none of this matters. Does anyone just straight up to refuse to play any game with multiplayer and in-game? I mean, I like multiplayer games, so like that ain't me. But, you know, I like having it like times like I did earlier today where I was playing Deadlock and then people were just going wild about it. Like, we were just having a good time hanging out and be crazy, you know? We lost, but like a good random is great. Was that about footsteps in the hallway? Do I need to like do the thing again? Is there a reason I can't do that here? It's better for me to hide. Could be the boss of the kennel. Is this just cat lateral damage? No, this is like a sneaking game. I think cat lateral is... Oh, you want me to hide over there? Okay. That's gonna go right up his ass. Flimsy chair achievement unlocked. Do I get it? Do you think there's a point to binding them? Because of yeah, I could see that. I could see not wanting to play single player game or not wanting to play multiplayer games. Yeah, this still feels like tutorial to me, so I'm gonna assume that that's where we're at. Exit from the kennel. Stun the person. Okay. This is a very shiny bathroom. That is Bucky's level right there, man. That scared the shit out of me. Yeah, like cosmetics that are like, even like, I accept it, but man, I don't feel like we oughta. Have you seen raccoons in Maine? I don't think so, actually. I don't know if we've got raccoons. I mean, I'm sure we do. I mean, it's been winter for the last little bit, so. Here's the shelter. Well, no, I hit him though. Like, he's tied up in his office. CSGO skins should be regulated. Soft take, cold take. Target balls. We have porcupines here? That's awesome. I have seen white people in Maine, yes. I saw a possum once and almost swerved into it? No. They're little fellas, man. Maine has flying squirrels? That's adorable. Wait, why the fuck are you on the ground? That guy's passed out in the street. As a cop, I feel like you should do something about that. Why does the guy who runs this shelter have this big of a house? What? What doesn't Maine have? I don't know. We got it all. Locked. I need to find a way in. What in the goddamn? Children are playing there. Maybe they can take me into the house. Do you mean assault the children with coffee cups? Because that's my plan. What? Wait, maybe they don't hate me. Hello, children. Is I, Raccoon. Oh, look, a raccoon. Hello, would you help us, please? Can you get the ball out of the tree for us? Kid, you're shit at this. One throw. You've done it. Amazing. Balls of steel. I've never played hopscotch before, but first off, I don't think your foot's supposed to do that. Second off, I feel like you're supposed to have like a hopscotch thing. And who designed this shirt for this child? Church, I was gonna say. What I meant to say was child shirt, but that came together as church. You did it. Thank you so much. No worries. I'll take you to the house, but you can do one more favor first, bro. No. What? Didn't explain what they wanted me to do, but I'm gonna go figure it out. It's over here. Get the fuck out of here. Try to sneak into the gardener's house. Okay. This guy is suspiciously, like, rich. They do get cuts from CSGO gambling. I don't care what they say, they absolutely do, because, like, every time that there's a, like, trade on Valve, like on Steam, they get a bit of it, right? So like you only get the items via a trade. So isn't not loot boxes? How are they getting the loot box to you though? Yeah, they get a percentage of every transaction on Steam. Like, yeah, no, they absolutely do benefit. Is that a grenade? I want this. Children! Deadlock had cosmetics for 5 seconds, but they were achievement based. Die. Die. I can get a wrench here? I love that he pulls out a little bowl to clean shit with. Can I eat this? There we go. Don't know what a raccoon's gonna do with a hacksaw, but let's not worry about that yet. Skateboards. It's cannibalism to eat the same species as yourself. I should try riding a skate. You're right. I should try riding a skate. I was trying to do a 50-50 on that, but... have this. Once I figure out what money's good for, I'll be very happy. I have 420 of it. Nice. Now we can get our skateboards back. Thank you. No worries. Thank you for letting me in the house, child. Try to find documents about the family. Okay. Did that say Quaalude? That is a donut. That's not a Quaalude. Quad plate. I see. Is all the wall art in this game raccoons? I believe so, for the most part. I love games that have... Okay, that's... 90% chance that's AI art, because the umbrella is wrong. Yeah, no, that's AI art. That's unfortunate. Who would have suspected that a slop game would use slop? I love the layout of this house. Ah, I can't pick up any more, but I could drop some other shit. I honestly have no idea what I'm going to use the plunger for, but I assume there's a point to it. Let's just eat a donut rather than getting rid of it. They're all cue balls because... Oh, I can drag around... Wait, I didn't know I could drag things. Huh. That gives some options. I don't think the music's AI. It's a little too coherent. AI music usually is like a little bit more rambly. Make a mess in the house. Oh, I am on that shit, man. $1,000? What do you want me to do? It could be a Kevin McLeod. I believe that. Are you kidding me with this shit? Can try and hit shit from here. Okay, bye. Oh, hey, it's the modeling they did for the raccoon. And a stolen fucking Lego model. Honestly, that doesn't look too bad. The topology and such. There appears to be no disclosure. What the fuck? An AI... Ben Shapiro? Why Ben Shapiro of all the choices? Flood the house. Cop's still there. Good. Like, he's not the voice I would pick if I wanted to, like, have a good commercial. Like, he's got kind of a weird voice, you know? Trying to think of who would I, like, get? Morgan Freeman's a real one. That's for my house. Pirate Raccoon, what are you doing? We're gonna get caught now. Let's run away faster. Why are you a pirate? Gry the fat. Okay. Ow. Amazing. Later. We're about to get caught. There's not really much I could do about that. We were about to get caught, I see. Oh. Well, passing through that card should... Never mind. I thought it would slow him down some. I feel like we should not be in here. Wait, the garbage truck is going to the junkyard? Hell of a fucking turn it made. Let's go. Let me introduce you to someone. All right. Come on now. You got a skateboard. Get on it and let's go. That crash was well done. Yeah, there's some like good modeling and animation. It's just kind of weird. Hello, Jack. I see you brought a friend with you. What are you doing? We're from the same forest. He also lost his home. Jack, did you bring me the spare parts? Sure, here they are. Great, I'm gonna fix the crane. What? He can speak raccoon? So let's see what we have here. Missing a couple of spare parts. You know where to look. Bring them to me. Okay. The guy in the junkyard speaks fluent raccoon and can give instructions to raccoons that follow his orders. Search for spare parts in this container. This container. All right, hold up. Was the AI art a thing in 2021? It wasn't as good. It was closer to like ChatGPT's art. Okay. While you find another one. Okay. Like the art wasn't good, so it's still kind of funny. It had those weird fucked up horses and shit. But now it's just sad. Yeah, if you asked it to do hands, it would do abominations. I mean, they still do that to some degree, but they've gotten better at doing hands. They're still not good at like very specific things, like watches. Watches will always be at like, I think it's like 10:45 or something like that, because that's like the most aesthetically pleasing time to set a clock to. So every watch manufacturer uses the same one. What's another one? Oh, wine glasses. If you tell it to do a full glass of wine, it does not, like, it won't fully fill the cup, no matter how much you ask it to. Text still looks a little weird, yeah. Because, like, a full glass of wine is, like, more actually like half a glass. Like you don't fill it to the brim. You fill it to like a different point, right? So when you say a full glass of wine, the reference image it has is a what people drink, not like what is actually full. I'm fairly certain it was AI, but I can't prove it. It looks AI. Yeah, you fill it up to like right where it starts to narrow, and it doesn't know what to. I'm sorry, I'm not paying. Follow Jack. Where the fuck did Jack go? Here we can set up headquarters to plan our raids. We'll need electricity to open this door. You coming? He kind of like stopped trying to get anywhere after a bit. Hey. Are you glitched? I think the game broke. Photogrammetry isn't as heinous. It's just not very good on your computer. A lot of, I think a lot of Warhammer models on TTS are done with that. This is not... Oh no! Goodbye, music, sound, and just in general, goodbye everything. Sky's evil now. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's raining now. Okay. I didn't mute it or anything. It's just like this now. We're seeing a few cracks. Surprised it has a day-night cycle to break with, but, you know, here we are. Wait for the crane to be repaired. Maybe the music will start in a minute. You got farther than Vinny did. I am not really surprised. Oh my god, tomorrow's the 17th. That means I can get rid of that Funko Pop. Can you do the thing? I'm here. Oh, you have to tell me to do... Okay, sorry. I was trying to speed run it. What Funko Pop is it? So, for my subathon, chat made a Funko Pop, like, thing for my profile picture. And, so I, you know, I had to use it. And we didn't specify for how long. So, like, I decided I'd just make it a full month. And tomorrow will be a full month. Oh, I gotta go find the other part. Sorry, hold on. Yeet. I guess I'll just try and... Thud. Donk. Donk. Bling. Donk. Donk. Conk. Is that helping? Play some really unfitting. Hold on. I mean, you know what it's gonna be. Nope. Okay. Hi, boy. Really? I didn't know about that. Come here. Oh. A boy. A Boyd. Boy needs lap time. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I have to interrupt this not good game to show you my very good boy. Don't get down. I gave them treats. You're a baby man. Stay in my lap. What do you think? We had Abby time earlier. We had boy time this morning. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Flicky tail. It's good. Can I hold you like a little baby? Because you are a little baby? No? Okay. I don't think he's about that right now. I think I'd lose an eye if I try that right now. I can do pet train, though. You two are spoiled. You know that, right? Like, other people's cats have to wait until they come home. Like, they don't just get to hang out with their peoples all day. Bonk. Oh, that's very good. All right. Am I allowed to keep playing the game now? Yeah, this game's fucked. So there's that. Like, the game just I couldn't get it past that part. What is this? Oh yeah, that would probably be pretty good, but it's a good boy. Yeah, I don't think I can actually finish this game. It's also 9 gigs for some reason, which leads me to believe that, like, I did eat food. Yeah, I had lunch. We're playing Watch Herman instead. So there's that. I guess we can do just chatting. Or I could watch or work on my models or something. No, don't go nowhere. Why would you go? Just catting? It needed the space for the crypto mining. I guess so. Yeah, probably uncompressed and unoptimized models. I would, yeah. Just catting. Just for a little bit, we'll hang out with the boy. Uncompressed downloaded shaders. I could believe that. Like, conceptually, like, they did try with this game. They just didn't bother to, like, play test it, it looks like. Like, they had some cool ideas. They didn't really care about the spelling. I don't know if English is the first language of whoever played this. I guess Yol had this at some point. How far did he get in it? 60 minutes? Yeah, that's about 63 minutes for me. And that's because I reset the game. Yeah, thank you for the gifting of it, but I don't think it works. 40 times the poly count in the entirety of Half-Life 2. We could go back to more Balatro, or we could do some work on my model. I'm kind of not feeling Balatro right now. It was a game, yeah, it was funny for like an hour. I wouldn't recommend buying it if you're looking to pick it up. Unfortunately, Funny Raccoon game is not actually very good. Actually, how many achievements are there? Like, did I miss any? Oh, wait, what other achievements are there? Okay, there are other achievements. Raccoon Stranding, Freedom for Beavers, Big Bang, Broken Chain, Freedom for Beavers. No idea what that is. Pizza Possum was great. Yeah, me and Tilda played it. And, like, we went 100% in that game in one stream. So that was good. Wearing all black clothes with only black cats is a small problem. Suffice to say that it is very hard to photograph these. I should probably wear white, but then I would just have gray shirts. Oh.
You are a very special boy.
Did you hear that? You're a very special boy. If we're working on the lad, do you want that band video I mentioned last time? Yeah. That sounds good. Black hair doesn't show up as easily on black clothes, yeah. Whereas on white clothes, it's just bad. What is my favorite animal? I don't know. Raccoons are pretty good, but I like this boy. Thank you, Raitlor. What went wrong with... Oh. Why did we forget Baldi's basics? I don't think we did. I think we just, like, moved on. Like, we don't need to constantly be thinking about Baldi's basics, surprisingly. We've surpassed the time and need for Baldi's basics at this point. Oh. So much shit went sideways with Ban
A
Ban.
troublesome series made by two brothers who first struggled to find success, then struggled with the success, ridicule and controversy that came from what is largely considered to be the mascot horror to end all mascot horrors. You've probably seen the first one with the incoherent plastic assets, the bird, the Play-Doh green man with the bolognese on his fist, and the brutal response from the public when people realized that this wasn't a joke. You may have been there for the second one with the speed refund gameplay, the exposed poly count, the devs stepping their foot in it, and things going a bit too far. It's hard to illustrate just how violently fast this game became a thing. It brought to question indie horror and proved a point that was revealed in the clearest of light. With 7 available to buy and 8 ready for wishlist, what the hell happened? Where is it now, and has anything actually changed? What went wrong with Gartner Ban Ban? And why am I being a man of my word, standing here? Well, prior to all of this is a history of games made by the Euphoric brothers, the developers behind it all. Faris and Geppo are the lads in question, with Faris being the eldest. Starting from July 2020
Why'd you make it unreadable?
2 years later, this whole era could be considered uneventful for the most part, minus a controversy that came back to bite them in the arse. I'll reserve that part for later when it's more relevant, but the gist of it is 19-year-old handles heavy topic, with Gen Z humor listed as a feature.
Oh no.
If we're to understand what truly went wrong here, we need to consider the fact that these were just some kids in their mid to late teens who naturally lacked life experience and some self-awareness. This isn't to excuse anyone, it's just a reason why it's no surprise that they bumped their heads a few times, experiencing what I like to call canon events. We'd be here all day if I were to give context and review to all 7 games before things get a little bit eggy. But it's their first game, Swallow the Blue, with their other games in mind, that stood out to me the most. The whole idea is that you're stuck in a hotel full of lunatics who like to drink this strange blue liquid. Your objective is to simply escape, and to do so you need to obtain a key card for each level. On the way up you'll encounter some strange things, but while trying to escape you must also follow the rules. Never be late to breakfast, and never be late for the show. Gameplay wise, it's pretty basic, mostly just moving from left to right, and you've got to make sure to keep your eyes closed if the staff start crawling. What you'll notice when playing it is that it is very story driven, and most of it relies on the dialogue. But for a first game, it showed some promise.
Yeah, it actually kind of sounds cool,
just
looks
a bit rough
alright
around the edges, and the writing was decent, no matter how odd the story was. However, to jump into a bit of a rabbit hole, annoyingly, none of the dialogue is skippable, meaning that if you die, you go back to your last save and have to wait through all of it again, a gripe felt by many others. And of course, like any horror, there are many points where you can mess up. Like for example, not clapping in time for the show or drinking breakfast. Or this section, where you've got to run from a giant old lady, but they randomly switch the controls on your keyboard. So you've basically got to scramble to figure out how to move in a short period of time. But then there was this door with a question mark.
Oh no.
I went inside wondering what I'd find, but all of a sudden, the game crashed. And while admittedly pissed off, but also curious to know as to why it was so consistent, I discovered in a post bringing this up that, according to them, it was intentional. I could only assume that it was some attempt to give off the .exe vibe, like the game was hiding something and it didn't want you to find out. In the Steam description, Faris mentions that they're addicted to creepypastas and of course, making games. I think we can all agree that a big part of indie horror game dev is about telling a good story. In many cases, the story is the main focus and the game is just a vessel to tell said story. Not to say that all of these games were just walking sims, but exploring them, it became clear that this was the focus, telling a story. They actually set up a channel called Midnight Duck, comprised of short videos in the style of these games, each with their own cryptic tale. It's a format known as two-sentence horror. literally telling horror in 2 sentences.
Okay.
And by the sheer amount of them, it's clear that they enjoyed telling their own. No matter how suspicious some of them are. In regards to these games that they were making at light speed, the question to be asked is if the games themselves, the vessels to tell these creepy stories, took the backseat, and if the gameplay was more of an afterthought. The secret to becoming a successful indie game dev is patience. With 6 games released in 2021, 3 of which 1 month after the other, you wouldn't be wrong in wondering how that's possible for just 2 guys who are also studying. Well, besides obvious collaboration, whether it be mostly Faris or Geppo's work, the short scope of each, besides their first full price game, helped towards this rapid release model. But also, looking at each game side by side, you can tell that
Looks
they
like
were
they're all made in the
running
same
with a
engine, yeah.
template, which by no means is some unholy sin, custom or not. But in terms of self-development in a chosen career path, exposure to different challenges is always beneficial. Looking forward, one of the main points of criticism with Gartner Banban was the lack of effort or any kind of noteworthy feature that could justify insane popularity. Looking back to these games, besides some experimentation here and there, the boat didn't seem to be pushed out too far, at least before things went 3D. I don't think it's inherently bad to push out a bunch of short games of a similar style, especially when it's clear that they invested a bit more to carry the story with some solid voice
I mean, as
acting.
long as you, like, if you're just changing what
the news, are you?
Regardless of how mid some of the experiences were, you could at least see that they had the drive, the aspiration to
What?
make something of themselves. I mean, getting told off for double posting on how to get retweeted is a funny example, but you can see that
I
they
see.
really tried to gain a following. Like many indie devs, they wanted some kind of success, even if that was as simple as just being able to go full-time after college. But clearly, with a focus on quickly releasing horror stories in the same format, there wasn't much room to develop a skill set, at least for
got
the
to turn it off. Just
popularity
catting. I'm
about
not
to be
just catting
gained.
anymore.
I promise I'm not crazy, but there is a machine that involves all of us. A machine so powerful, so well established by now that it was only a matter of time till something like this happened. Of course, I'm talking about the mascot horror machine. I've got to be honest, I think we all know what a mascot horror is by now. Child mascot comes alive. It's bad. Run. Oh, fuck me, he's right behind me. Right of Willy, 10 out of 10, actually scary. The stereotype is that these games are a bit more child-friendly than your typical horror experience, hence why there's such a large appeal. But those within that space are also aware of the overused tropes and common themes, to a point where, in response to Gartner Banban, Meatly, the creator behind Bendy and the Ink Machine, made a quick satire called Meatly's Storage World, complete with deep hidden lore and secrets upon secrets.
Something secret is happening in this secret place. It was once a happy place, but now there are secrets everywhere. Gosh, there's so many secrets, especially that one thing. It's so secret. I hope nobody is reading this that would know about this secret. That's great, actually. I love it when devs do shit like this. When they, like, I mean, he was like one of the, was Inky, or was that like one of the first ones? Like, was Five Nights first or Ink? Like, first? I don't remember. Let's see. Okay, this needs to be... Oh, okay, that was supposed to be Source Tree. Where's the... Oh, okay, here's the YouTube one. All right, and then... Give me a sec. I'm gonna fix some things up. Oop, that's not it. Bendy came after this. Bendy and the Ink. Why did I think it was Inky and the Ink Machine? That would be a horrible name. Okay.
Repetitive in-your-face jump scare. And
Yeah.
more appropriate to this story, pre-order the next game, or buy merch via the big merch button. That one will make sense in a bit. What makes these types of games such a powerful and lucrative endeavor is largely the wide appeal across generations.
Inky and the Machine Bent.
For kids, you've got these less conventional horror characters that easily translate into other media. iPad kids getting the best start in life.
God.
For adolescents and above, there's the game theory, the lore, and the I've been there before vibe similar to the Backrooms. Another popular subgenre in its own right.
Yeah.
Very generally speaking, the money machine behind it all kind of works like this. A sort of child-friendly mascot game is made. YouTubers with an audience of that appetite pick up on it. And if it trends enough, then the characters become an adaptable resource for content, only boosting the IP further. Mobile ripoffs are built at the speed of light, merch appears nationwide, and every local British souvenir shop
Baldy
is just
was really
bongs
early on
and
as well.
AliExpress
Yeah.
huggy wuggies. It got a bit personal towards the end there, but you get the point. This is a tried and tested content machine that everybody knew about, but
I don't
nobody
think I
could quite
saved.
explain with as much
Oh, I'm an
detail and
idiot.
accuracy demonstrated by Garten and Banban. Because when it came out,
I was doing
it was
some
like
work
writing
earlier,
a
I don't think I
step-by-step
saved.
guide with Crayola's best. And for the brothers, before they even made it, part of this process was already proven. Egghead Gumpty, released on the 4th of September 2022, but demoed earlier on the 21st
Actually,
of
hold
July.
on. Before we do
this was their
this,
first public attempt.
let me make sure
at
I got
their
all the
own
other
mascot
stuff in
horror.
line.
I say public because they were in the process of making something else that was never released. Rip Poo Poo Monster, we never got to clap them cheeks. It's an infinitely procedurally generated game where you have to find keys in a crudely familiar style maze to unlock the exit, while
I
of course
see.
avoiding numerous threats. Now, some may argue that Gumpty is a rip-off character of Flumpty from One Night at Flumpty's, a FNAF-inspired
You might have an
spoof released
autosave.
back in 2015. According to them, it's not, but objectively speaking, this wasn't a great game. I mean, you've got to find 10 keys, and in the process of doing so, you'll bump into this thing that, for some reason, auto-jump scares you no matter what you do.
What the
Apparently,
hell?
this cat is supposed to help you out. No idea. And when Gumpty isn't running around on his legs, you gotta find him and stare him down before
Baldi's
he gets
Basics
you.
was a
Now, to be
shitpost?
fair, it
Was
wasn't
it
the
really?
worst concept. It's just that all of it together was a bit too much and made for a pretty confusing experience.
Ah, it's
For the
okay. I didn't
price,
get
the
that
full
far
game
on,
didn't really feel worth
like,
it, but
doing
that didn't
this.
matter because with this, a point was proven. Although the full price game didn't see much attention, the demo did. It didn't really go any further than a few YouTubers playing it, but this showed firsthand.
I
that they
do
were
feel
onto
bad for
something,
being
that
part of this
success could be
ecosystem.
achieved. I mean, they had some exposure and a small cult following in the past, but if anything was to be learned from this experience, it's that perhaps the demo should be less of a preview and more of a prologue, a free hook to a story that'll develop with the next installment. What was about to happen happened so fast you'd struggle to believe it even if you were there. Because Garten of Banban was released on the 6th of January 2023 and on the 7th made the top page on Steam. How? Why? What the hell even is this? Were some shared thoughts. I played it when it first came out and decided it wasn't worth a video purely due to how short it was. We're talking a 10 to 15 minute experience.
Oh, wow,
Now,
really?
To be fair, it wasn't that bad, just a very mid horror. And that's coming from somebody who also runs a dumpster dive channel. The gameplay itself boiled down to a couple fetch quests, one puzzle, a you what make birds, and some PowerPoint tier deep lore on what I thought were initially tax forms. I know, never seen one before.
A unique mechanic was needed to make the game stand out. Something that would help the player progress through the game and not be a burden or an annoyance.
Every mascot horror has some kind of special tool or gimmick. Poppy Playtime, for a more relevant example,
Yeah, the slappy
had the
hands.
which was an easy-to-learn point-and-click mechanic that made for some decent puzzles and unique situations. Personally, I have fond memories of everyone high-fiving Huggy before shatting their way to the exit.
I can't go!
But unfortunately here, it was just a point-and-click drone. Nothing too creative about it. Overall, it was a bit slow. For example, when you summoned it, you had to wait a few seconds to actually point it in a direction. And honestly, besides a bit of innovation in 7, not much was done with
The
it.
bird's
other than
predator
hitting buttons
AI
and
in-
maybe an eye. Arguably, the
That
best
sounds
thing to
cool.
come out of this was the bird. The bird that would do it for you. The bird that'd be standing there looking the way it is. The first time you see it, whether intentional or not, is hilarious. It's just one of those moments that made a lot of people genuinely believe that this was a parody, followed up by the eggs you need to find and feed it with that beautiful bass drop. And the chase scene later where you turn around and see it smack against the ledge. According to their second devlog, Faris explained that instead of just running at you, the bird would act more like a predator, stalking and watching before making the decision that you're prey. It's a really cool idea that, to be honest, I didn't really see for the rest of the series.
That
And
would
just
be
to add,
cool if
because
that
it
was in the
interesting,
game.
when running from this bird, most people on their first try would go straight for the exit and discover that there's an invisible wall there. Now, I'll be the first person to say that an invisible wall should be the last line of defense to block players from going anywhere you don't want them to go.
God.
However, in the devlog, Faris, completely unfazed, just says it how it is.
A. Get rid of the bird once and for all by pressing the emergency stop button. Or B. Run into an invisible wall while trying to escape and die a gruesome death.
What?
For
Why
all the
would you do
opinions and
that?
criticism that was soon to come, the natural course of things pulled the game
You
into
know
the
that's
purifying
bad, right?
light of the previously mentioned mascot machine. Within only a few hours of its release, a new resource for content was secured. First came the Let's Players, then came the fan-made videos. Then, shortly after that, animations flooded the scene with theories, hypotheticals, and, of course, the odd peek. I gotta jump out of script for a second here, man. Look, while editing and looking for clips, I didn't realize how predatory this kids' content truly is until I saw more content from this channel in particular. Like, imagine going about your day, walking into the living room and seeing your kid watching this. We all know kids' content on YouTube is cursed. We've all heard about Elsagate, but man, I've got no respect for these guys. Anyway, rant over. Let's continue. Things only advanced with the release of the second game. Whole channels dedicated their space to making content around this, to add to the sheer scale of adaptations before the brothers even had
I don't think that was actually Slimecat though. That was like someone ripping them off, surely.
But this was all just a part of the process, where the well-prepared attempt to profit on the next big thing. The guys of course noticed this and were recommended to create their own, which they did, and rightfully so, with every game. Obviously, none of this is unique just to Mascot Horror, but with a lot of third-party content largely directed at a younger audience, the brand, fucking hell man, this writing is ass. The brand found its share of the market, but in what way, they were never quite prepared for.
It was Slimecat. Oh, wait,
To
Slimecat
understand the
sucks.
negative response, we need to
I was
understand
recognizing
where people
the,
are coming from. I used Poppy Playtime earlier
the
as an
same
example
Slimecat that
for
tried
two
to
reasons.
end Mike's
One is that
channel
it
because
largely
Mike was making
contributed
fun of
towards
them.
the tipping point
What
of
a
this
tiny
merchandise
bitch.
cliche already present within the genre. And two is that, to be blunt, the brothers ran with a similar formula in the least inspired way possible. Garner Banban, objectively speaking, was a short, basic asset flip, with the only custom assets of significance being the characters themselves. I mean, for a free game, fair enough. Many in the deepest depths of Steam are like this or much worse, and are rarely ever seen. Without all of the popularity, its greatest sin is that it wasn't really that scary. Just a bit meh. But I'd say that the quality was less so the main issue, and that it was more so what it represented. Because the problem largely came down to the fact that without much push, the formula worked, and that the bar to entry wasn't that high. It turned out that traditional indie horror was proving less viable than child-friendly YouTuber-focused games. And to many people, it looked like they cheated the system, that they fast-tracked their way to success with the bare minimum, all for a quick buck.
But
two components
they
to support
did figure
this
out
opinion
what
were the wishlist box and the merch store. Chapters are a bit of a theme within this space. The idea is that you release a freebie to get the story.
Okay, but like, understanding the game isn't the worst thing ever. It's part of being an artist, unfortunately, is understanding like how to win. Like, it's not good, but that's the fucking job, you know? Why would you spend $100 to publish garbage on Steam for free? Because you know that it's going to pay off. Like, legitimately. Can we not select both of them? Oh, we can't, can we? Right, Control Z until that thing is not linked up with shit. There we are. All right.
going, test the market a little, and then commit more resources to release more chapters.
Yeah,
Here,
they make
already
the
had
money
chapter
from
2 in the making,
I mean, it
which of
sucks,
course isn't a
but
bad thing
that
on
is
its own, but I think
the
it came
nature
across a
of
little
the
bit too
beast.
confident, almost like they just knew it was going to work. Now, the merch store was controversial for similar reasons as to the game itself. It looked like they just uploaded all the character PNGs, ticked every product, and called it a day. I don't think these prices were intentionally high either. It's clear that they used some kind of drop shipping provider, but that obviously didn't help with the situation where you're selling $50 hoodies. Neither did having a merch button on the title screen. Again, on its own, it's fine, but within context, it just added more fuel to the fire. Now, obviously, not everybody hated it or took it that seriously, but looking back at it now, you can see that this was a rude awakening for both the brothers and the genre itself. These guys may have taken the heat for it, but the uproar was also towards the general state of things. Either way, with all this going on, there was more than enough backlash to cause a scene. You know you're doing something right when Naomi Pierce...
I mean, like, the thing that you're kind of getting to there, Isyan, is like $50. Okay, so $50 is cheap for like indie merch, but also like it's not good. It's not, none of these things should be that way. Like me going like, that's the game. I don't like that that's the game, you know? I think that children also just don't have well established palettes of what's good and what they like yet. And what do? You know?
You up into delicious slop.
Fat.
In the weeks to come, this anomaly saw the standard cycle of commentary and discussion. At first, nobody could really gauge the game. It was obviously lacking, but was it some 5D chess satire? Was this a military-grade psyop, or was this genuine? Bird Up was the first thing I saw about it while doom-scrolling in my thinking space. A little meme that brought further exposure to this phenomenon, making the rounds on X. It was self-admittedly
It's not even like a family,
by,
like it's not even a like family bank account thing. It's just like they become addicted to random thing, and it's good enough. Like their friends like it enough, you know. I'm not going to defend this game. I'm not defending this game. Just out of clarity, I'm just saying like this is the industry. Like this is how you win, and it makes me sad to see that there are just people who just shit. Like, were they shitting it out on purpose, or were they just incompetent? Like, I don't know. And that's definitely going to taint my opinion. Like, I'll admit, I watched some stupid shit as a kid, and let's not act like Gen Z is like worse or better than us. Like, what am I modeling? So I'm modeling this dude that's going to be in my game. It's a horror dating sim. It's a little bit more horror than dating sim at this point. It was supposed to be a dating sim. I forgot what I was doing and then made a horror game. Cool. This is called typing or whatever. It's where you fix the typology of it because it's not like right. It's got problems for whatever reason. It's got too many facets, too many edges, all that. So I'm making a dumber version of the good arm that we've got here, and then the rigging won't suck ass. So yeah, that's where we're at. And it looks like we need to get like one more cut in here, but yeah, that's what we're working on.
One of the more prominent content creators who also covered this back in the day. And it was in their first video regarding this paranormal event where they made a pretty damn good point, that this game tricked us all. It tricked those who thought it was just a joke. It attracted those who genuinely love anything mascot horror, and of course provided the much younger section of their audience with characters to replace their parents. It was almost perfect in that way. But when you go from, in this case, students to all of a sudden famous devs, the realization that all eyes are on you may take some time to grasp. And of course, without any real PR experience, they only managed to step their foot in it further. Hiding comments and restoring them after being called out is one example. A second is when they released their mobile version. I
didn't ever really think that it was gonna be. I thought it was mascot horror. I didn't think that it was anything better or worse than Five Nights at Freddy's, but it looked like just, you know, another one. Like, here we are with another fucking mascot horror game. It never occurred to me that it could be a bit, but all right.
Blocked our yeah after they posted this in response, which was—
Wait, what? Let me go back a bit.
Our experience, they only managed to step.
When an indie horror game with the main menu gets released. Okay.
Their foot in it further, hiding comments and
hiding comments. I like how this comment account is hiding replies that are negative towards the game. Sorry, words hurt your feeling, broski. I'd rather buy WinRAR than play what is really a copy of a bunch of other indie horror games for kids. No offense, but it looks exactly like every other dog water indie horror game right now. It looks like ass, slop.
Restoring them after being called out.
The lynching meme is from what movie is that, where they're like immortal or something, and then the guy goes, "Oh, this is your first time going to a hanging," and the other guy's just like, "What the fuck?" Because yeah, most of the time you only have one. It's not satire. I don't know why he's saying it's satire. Like, I don't know where he's getting that vibe from, but, you know, you do you, man. You do you.
Second is when they released their mobile version, then blocked our yeah after they posted this in response, which was a harmless joke, something that most devs would go along with, but this only went on to burn bridges that could have made great connections, and ultimately, it only made things worse. Introvert, a teenager simulation, released on the 2nd of March 2021. There's a reason why you'll see people posting about their second game during the heat of the drama, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say that some viewer discretion is advised, as this does involve a heavy topic. So skip here to get back to the peak if this isn't for you. To start off with, this game wasn't initially accepted by Steam, largely due to the setting, where you're one of two new kids. You play as a mute, and the other kid, Chris, says he'll do something terrible if he doesn't make friends within the next 5 days.
If I don't make any friends in the first 5 days, I will shoot up the school. Can you be my friend?
It's then assumed that the goal is to make friends with him to prevent a disaster, but regardless of what path you take, the outcome is inevitable. Chris pulls out a gun, the head teacher scuttles away, and then you see the news. To summarize the issue people have with this game, the combination and execution of silly moments seem to trivialize the serious nature of issues being addressed. Even back then, it got some recognition, but of course, with the more recent attention, what seemed okay with them at the time was later met with a bit of a reality check. And as hard as the My Ass Itches merch goes, within context, you can imagine it didn't really help. According to Faris, this was a small universe created to make his zone-out thoughts and stories a reality. Now, this combined with some odd messaging in-game
I think
was
if
a bit
it wasn't
concerning. Could it insinuate something? Could this be a genuine cry for help? Or is this just a poorly executed way of bringing awareness to what it's like to be an introverted 19-year-old? I think it's fair to say that being 19 is an awkward time for a lot of people.
Yeah, being 19
sucks. You may be a
sucks.
legal adult, but you also naturally lack a lot of awareness in many aspects of life.
You also don't get to
I don't
do
think
shit.
The intention was to be in poor taste, but clearly some of that awareness was lacking when creating this. I mean, it's no excuse. I think most people would know how to handle things a bit better than making this a feature, but either way, this was the least of their problems because all eyes were on the next release.
Oh, come on. I didn't hit you that hard. Or maybe I did. Either way, it's best you take a nap while I prepare for our little surgery.
Garten of Banban 2, released not too long after 1 on the 3rd of March. This was their first sort of full game in the series. It went for about $5, which many weren't too happy about, and it exposed a lot more than the last. Already, people recognize the same title screen layout with the settings UI overlapping, and of course the third game already ready to be wishlisted. This time, however, no merch store. The game itself, if I were to compare it to later releases, was probably the weakest. I mean, it was interesting exploring this facility. You could see that they're really trying to go for that sort of backrooms vibe, but unfortunately it felt a lot more thrown together than the last. To start, there were some optimization issues. Some people noticed that every now and then the game would slow down, some frames would be lost, and when you look at something like this, you wouldn't really expect that. Even when playing it recently, it don't run too great. A dual PC setup wasn't the investment I was expecting after my first playthrough. Amongst many issues, padding is a common theme to this story, and here it was first noticed. Like for example, after smacking a drone against 3 buttons to access a dark room with a angry bird inside. Yes, I know, that was a very good joke, please subscribe. A new character called Bambalina encourages you to follow her into a classroom of which she's the teacher. You're then thoroughly encouraged to take a seat as a student and have to answer some questions with some pretty vague options.
Now, this time, can anyone give me an example of a kind person? School sucks. Wrong!
Each time you mess up, it's the same jump scare and back to the same unskippable dialogue. To be fair, it wasn't that bad. You had these little recess moments between changing tables that acted like checkpoints, but it could take a few attempts and things got repetitive pretty fast. Amongst a few fetch quests scattered throughout, the bird collecting one stood out the most. One by one, you need to pick up a little guy, take them all the way down this hallway to then go all the way back again and pick up another, repeating this 6 times in total. This is all so that you can distract the big bird behind this door. But when you open it, keep your distance, because dying brings you back to square one. Famously, you also had this minigame where you have to put fireworks into cannons to shoot the correct button. The only challenge to this is that sometimes the button that you need to hit might be below you, but within 3 rounds, it's at random, so you can literally just be sitting at the top here, just doing this. It's kind of slow. To top it all off, there was also this kindergarten-friendly parkour section that, to be honest, felt a bit thrown in. And after that, a scripted chase scene where you go through this sort of maze and watch Bambalina get squashed. Arguably, it wasn't the best, but at least there was something. They introduced new characters, laid more tracks for the story, and regardless of the backlash from before, they committed to getting it done. However, perhaps they should have spent a bit more time to add more and focused on nailing the foundations, because outside of the game, this is where things got worse. I'm a firm believer that a measurement of effort is not without context to the people involved. What is considered standard practice for some may not yet be for others. And the day after release came with the realization that quality took the backseat on a fundamental level, as 3D artist ML Spence began a thread sharing constructive criticism on the models within. Polygons,
he gave up playing one of these because of a boss fight? I'd believe that. Each character wireframed to death, small objects included. Like for example, there's this cake towards the end of the game. And on top of it, 2 character models with the same amount of polys as they would have at full size.
Oh,
they just shrunk them
down. The
controller
for the drone suffered the same issue. Somebody even did a speed run just to show how easy it is to fix. The state of the UV maps was enough to provoke Spence into providing a proper example as to how it should be done. Because again, this was meant to be constructive, much to the Euphoric Brothers' disappointment at the time. But
so if you're wondering, I'm trying not to garden a ban right now by making this like less polys. That's how this got brought up in the first place. Like this is the one character aside from like yourself that you interact with. So it's kind of okay. And the main character is going to just be a pill because you're not going to have mirrors. So
comparisons here. One person chipped in comparing the character models with the ones from Scorn, the gruesomely detailed fleshy horror art piece. I mean, the fact that this is in competition to this on a poly count is insane. In addition to all of this, the credited assets appear to not show too much change from the original package, including of course the iconic drone. Now, it's not like they had to change much, but combined with the quick
you should and can use models for this. I mean, yeah, I guess so, Legend, but like, I want people to fight for quality. I want them to want good shit. I don't want them to want this, you know? Like, I'm gonna give you some proper fucking horror. I'm gonna scare the shit out of you. I'm gonna give you nightmares. That's what you signed up for. You want to play my horror game? Welcome to Nightmareville. You want to watch someone just fucking show me a mirror? Okay. Like, I want you to be scared of my horror game. I want you to feel emotions in my emotional game. I want you to, like, you get that? Like, that's a thing? Oh, misclicked.
The gruesomely detailed fleshy horror art piece. I mean, the fact that this is in competition to this on a poly count is insane. In addition to all of this, the credited assets appear to not show too much change
you can
from
use
the original package,
asset store
including
assets.
of course
That's,
the iconic drone. Now,
I'm probably going to use some for like the prison area stuff.
Combined with the quick fire release
the entire
method,
interior,
the short-lived experience, even with padding on top, it all just showed a lack of patience and effort. Overall, supporting the opinion that they were just trying to cash in on the hype. When I say short experience,
of course,
we're talking just under the 2-hour mark. And of course on Steam, you can easily refund a game before 2 hours of total playtime. You reserve the right to do so. That system is in place to protect your wallet from a bad purchase. Understanding this, quite a few people then began to speedrun the game and refund it on protest.
I do need to make this game at
least
least
the ability to do
2
so
hours long,
was
though.
quickly shared by some YouTubers only a day after release. But 7 days later on the 10th is where things began to boil over. There's a difference between criticizing / making fun of a game and outright scummy behavior. Regardless of what you think of the game, how pitiful is it to fully play it, then refund it, especially if you are streaming it and making many times the original.
Again, yes. If I stream a game, I have to, like, with the only exception being like Yumi Nikki 2. Not 2-Icky or whatever it's called, but the 3D Yumi Nikki game. I have never returned a game that I streamed. I returned that one because it was so incredibly offensive that it existed. Like, that I spent the money on it and that it was what it was. Like, I wasn't going to stream it again, clearly, because it was just slop. It was a shit game. Like, it shared really nothing in common with the original. How many polys is this? Do I need to? Nah, that's fine. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Like, if the game doesn't run, then I'll return it. But, like, just a game being shit is not enough for me to return it. Because regardless, I'm going to make money on it. And generally speaking, if the game is like $5 or something, I can usually get, like, a sub during the time, like, I can get a sub within an hour window, right? So I've at least made back my thing, and I've made y'all happy because I'm playing a game. So, like, I'm making some sort of income on it, right? Even if it's just like I went net zero on it, like, it feels like I shouldn't return it afterwards. Like, it feels shitty of me to do. I have respect for other people's work that I probably shouldn't. The racist one? I have no idea what you're referencing.
Price during the Steam. This was their response to those YouTubers making their refunds public, questioning their morality. Now, it looked like they knew this before, but were triggered by Aryeh's review posted 10 minutes before this tweet. Of course, this outburst addressing the issue only brought more attention to it and made things worse. What didn't help either was that they kept stepping their foot in it. For example, fellow mascot dev Kane shared their thoughts on the issue, largely in support, going with the stance that for influencers to do this, it's rather immoral, before getting blocked with the most legit never mind I've ever seen.
What the fuck?
This was all blowing up pretty bad for the brothers. They felt attacked and
why would you
swung
block
back.
someone
Of
who's
course, defending his
agreeing with you? What is this, Legend? Theoretically, if there's a communal point redeem and you were to assign one to your channel, what would it do? That sounds like something that you're cooking up mentally. I have no idea how to go through with that. I think that I need to Control Z out of this one and make it 12 segments long, and then make a triangle for this one. Okay. 12 segments long, and then you move over here. And then we move we got to grab the weird extra bar that exists for some reason.
Self within reason is no problem, but it's probably best to read the room before you start pointing fingers, as others are likely to point back. This is where Astral Spiff, a streamer who has
I know him. I've streamed with him. The fuck?
contributed to the mascot horror space, came in with a ratio-worthy recommendation.
Like, I think
to
I'm friends with
take
them on
some
Discord?
time and make something worth the money. This was then taken to YouTube, where they made a very clear defense against this reaction. You see, this was a question of morality. Is it scummy to beat a game within 2 hours, come to your own decision that it wasn't worth the money, and refund it, even though you used it for content? Personally, I'd say yes if that's your overall strategy. I wouldn't trust your opinion if you're not exploring that deep. But the point is that there wasn't much to explore here. A question in response to those in protest of this behavior is if it would be dishonest not to truly express one's opinion via legitimate means. The ability to play through all available content before the 2-hour mark with clear padding only highlighted how little there was. That and the poor practice in play. Truth is, as a customer like anyone else, it's their right to refund it. The risk of how that's perceived by the public then falls on them, and the fact that it's possible to get the full experience within that refund window comes down to the devs. Just like everybody else, they knew what they signed up for. It's clear that the brothers were annoyed that people pointed.
Is it theoretical at this point, though, considering Gen AI, but I suppose some customers knowing how to be capitalist better than others without realizing it? Yeah. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? My take is that if I make money on it to any degree, like, I shouldn't return it because, like, it's, you know, I made money on it. Like, for some people, buying games is for the enjoyment of it. I like for it to be the enjoyment for it of buying a game for me as well. But sometimes the game's shit and I know it's shit, you know? Like, if I know the game's shit when I buy it and I'm like, this will be a good, funny, like, whatever thing for stream, then fine, whatever. But, like, with Yumi Nikki, that one, I legitimately thought it was going to be good because it had the blessings of the original creator. But yeah, I mean, if you can... But just because a game doesn't run 2 hours doesn't mean it's worth refunding. I mean, there's some games that are banger that are only like a few hours long. I'm having trouble thinking of any off the top of my head, but like, you theoretically could be, you know, what's the name of that game? Outer Wilds in like 5 minutes or some shit. Like, if you just know how to speedrun it. Like, if I hated the developer, I could see myself doing that. But also, I wouldn't give them the time of day to actually play their game, though, right? Like, isn't that just shitty to do? Like, inevitably, with all of the games that I make, I expect that if it has any traction that someone's going to. And if you see this video later in the future when that's happening, just know that makes me very sad that you're doing it. But I know I can't stop you. I wish you would. I wish you would stop. I wish you would have some fucking, like, respect for art. But, you know, that's me. I realize that not everyone is going to have the same take, and it doesn't really matter. I think that I have this tendency to try and be ethical in a space that is inherently unethical. I think returning the game publicly, for me at least with Yumi Nikki, again, not the good one, but the shit 3D one, was just sort of a like, chat, I'm sorry I led you astray by telling you that this game could have been good. And honestly, more so than anything was just, I'm fucking upset because, like, I thought it was going to be good. Legitimately. I thought that they actually put in time and effort, and they just didn't. The game was broken. I'm not enough of a businessman. I'm not good enough at capitalism. I'm not ready to just randomly exploit people's trust. Like, I should get used to that. I should do that. And just suck it up and realize that I live in a world where that is acceptable behavior. Rev will never host his own Squid Games. I mean, yeah, no, I won't. Anyway.
This out. But Astral Spiff summed things up pretty good.
Content creators and game developers don't owe each other anything.
No.
We just coexist.
Exactly.
If anything, though, it's most important for content creators to be honest about what they think of games, because that's where the general public looks to see if they want to buy something.
Yeah. This whole release was a mess. It got to a point where, for a joke, somebody trademarked the name and soon after, in an ironic turn of events, refunded it, realizing that maybe things were being pushed a bit too far. At the end of the day, these were just two guys whose crime was becoming successful over some mediocre games, plus a bit of poor handling when it came to heavy material and just stirring the pot. Besides development practices, a lesson here was one of public relations. Whether you like it or not, that's a big part of running a business.
Yeah.
If you look at something like Cube World, that scale of reality check can hit people in very different ways. But that never justifies harassment. According to them, they received threats reached out towards their personal life and family. A big part of the blame was pinned on certain figures in the toxic part of the community, saying that they have weaponized their massive followings against them, and that they, as a result, will temporarily leave the platform but continue with the series. Now, maybe I didn't dig deep enough, but I couldn't find any specific direction to harass these guys.
I would assume there was no specific direction to
on drama. The sad truth is that with any criticism or critical stance on a topic, there'll always be some who take things too far, even with direct dissuasion. It's not good, nobody wants it, but unfortunately that's a part of the risk of being a public figure. However, with that all being said, this choice to leave turned out to be the best decision yet.
Hey you. You're finally awake. Can't blame you for taking a nap. Feels like we've been in this car forever. So, Stinger, when are we arriving at this place called Beach?
Why is the voice acting this?
Without the brothers there to step their foot in it, the main source of drama was gone. Coverage focused more towards general critique, and a glimmer of promise emerged from the ashes, but not without some issues. I can tell you why it's like this and not mixed or negative. It's because they did what they do best, continued to tell a story in their own wacky way. This car scene was so simple but so effective, in a way that it kind of took off the edge. You see, at this point, Gartner Banban was already a meme, but it looked like the brothers were becoming aware of that. This time, there were more story elements, with the big jellyfish Stinger Flynn trying to convince you not to go further, while also bringing you into his memories. The lore pieces throughout these games are cryptic as hell. It's designed that way, and this isn't a lore video,
so
but
you can
this
get someone
is
like,
what the fans wanted.
Matt
A story
Pat
to
to do a
follow
video on
and
it.
one to uncover. But of course, this is a game, not a movie, and a large aspect of gaming is gameplay. The activities from before were a bit dull, but thankfully, with a slightly slower turnaround, you could see some creativity shine through. Like, for example, you need to get the blue spider fella called Nab Nab to come out of this dark room, but to do so, you need to sort out his girlfriend, which sounds very weird now that I've read that out. Anyway, something's wrong and you've got to inject her with 6 doses of Javanium, the life-giving substance for these monsters that is used to both create and mutate. The challenge is that you need to find the right mix for what appears on screen, and they give you a table to quickly figure that out. Once you put in the result, you take the formula and inject it.
That seems like a video game.
Stable, you got to turn all these pipes to green with tongs, otherwise
implications of a story is better
then
than
on top
like
of that,
explaining the
you've got to
story.
use your drone to do what it does best and press buttons. If you fail, she gets you. It's still pretty basic, but it shows some complexity, some thought as to how this could be more interesting. Another decent activity was this kind of hide-and-seek, think-fast puzzle where you and Bambolina are held hostage by
I thought
Jumbo and
Bambolina
Josh.
fucking
The aim of the
died.
game is that you've got to find a key card to open this door. But to do so, you need to set up blocks in each room to get more blocks and eventually have enough to just about reach some buttons in the last room. That, when activated, open up a closet with the key card inside. The only catch is that Josh comes back every 30 seconds or so to check up on you. And if anything's out of place, then you get joshed. Even if you hide in this little room, I don't know how he gets you, but he does. And unfortunately, what sucks the most about getting caught is that no matter how far you get, you're taken back to square one. And if you just so happen to summon your drone out of sheer impulse, that will also get you caught. It wasn't perfect, but at least it got you thinking. You had to remember the order in which these blocks were placed.
That
You've got to
sounds
gamble
neat.
with the time you have. There was also a point where Bambolina draws on the whiteboard, thinking it's teaching time, and you've got to wipe it off. These were some small things, but it showed promise. However, as great as these improvements were, 2 main issues lingered from before. Performance versus quality was still an issue. The high poly count didn't seem to be tackled or addressed. And then there's the padding, which if you thought was bad in the last game, here it's almost spitefully obvious. To start off with, you've got this slow travel system where you go from one area to another across the void. It takes about 30 seconds to get from point A to B and a minute from point A to C, as you can't travel diagonally, which by the sounds of it doesn't seem too long, but it's just this.
Oh. Yeah, I mean,
Mix
I'm never
that in
going to
with
play
a bit
this
of
game, I'll be
confusing
real.
direction
Like,
here
it
and
doesn't
there,
look good,
It adds up
but
pretty fast. Do you remember the cannons from before? Well, in one of Stinger Flynn's flashbacks, you play as him, but again have to do the same cannon minigame, with the same slow and repetitive 3 rounds. Besides a slight change in mechanics,
that's wonderful.
it was pretty much just copy and paste. What sucked the most is that it's a really cool idea to play as a mascot, but I'm not kidding. Both times you play as him, it's just zapping buttons and not that many either. It's stuff like this that showed a waste of potential and validated criticism towards them being lazy. I mean, how cool would it have been to see more of this, to have some genuinely well thought out themed activities for other characters? This is the only game where you get to play as one of them, and they whiffed it. But whatever, because it wasn't until this little bird where the attempt to pad became a little too obvious. You see, because towards the end, you've got to somehow open this door by distracting one of these birds from above, guarding it and the little bird below. And to get this little fella to move, you've got to bring Mr. Kebobman over and get him to scream. But the only way to get him to move is to find his party hats, which are located after a comedically long corridor full of doors, taking the piss at this point in a boss room. Now, to be fair, the boss itself isn't too bad. You basically jump from one platform to another, collect a firework, place it on the tongue, and wait. Once you've done that a few times, it falls off the edge, and then you can jump over and get the hats. But this is where the BS begins, because after placing the hats, you've got to push this fella over to the bird.
3 stones with 1 bird. 3 stones with 1 bird. 3 stones with 1 bird. 3 stones with 1 bird.
Once you've pushed it 15 times, trust me, I did count, you play the sound and let it scream, which triggers the bird running away, and then you catch it. And by doing that, you trigger one of the big birds to come down.
Like, I like the predator bird thing. It's
now,
just...
to be fair, on the wall it does say that you need to jump on the back of the bird whilst also interacting mid-air. But the problem is that it's quite easy to mess up. However, that wouldn't be so much of an issue if you didn't have to go back to collect the hats. You see, instead of starting here, you start here, which means you've got to go all the way back down the hallway again, go back into the now empty boss room just to pick up the 2 hats, to go all the way back again and push this guy 15 times again, all for you to potentially do that again. I'll be the first to put my hands up and say it's a skill issue, but man, it can drive you insane. But either way, after this is a chase segment where you ride one of the birds while running from angry Ban, which you don't have too much control over, by the way. You just slow down at certain points and speed up at others. Then there's this fight between evil Ban and Jumbo Josh, and then Stinger Flynn gets involved, and I don't know
any of these characters.
Yeah. Even with all the padding on top, it's still an under 2 hour long experience. About 50 minutes if you know what you're doing. But as is tradition, nobody had to wait too long till number 4.
Yeah, there's 7 of them now? Yeah, I mean, a lot of that's done to stop refunds.
Steal what's ours and then leave? You humans are all the same. Thieves with no shame.
The Ban saga ended 2023 with 2 new releases and 2 new promises. Now, this is when things started to get a bit better, at least before some realization kicks in. You see, since 3, the franchise solidified itself as a so bad it's good kind of series that has gradually become more self-aware.
Wait, isn't that Choo Choo Charles? How the fuck did you get the rights to Choo Choo Charles?
That genuinely happened in game, by the way. I did not cut that. Anyway, a totally scientific measurement of change in the more critical public opinion can be seen in the way that reviews went from negative to positive.
I would imagine it's just, no, here's what happened. Here's what happened. They didn't, like, just people stopped giving a shit. And, like, complaining about it, and then so just the only people still playing it were like children and YouTubers who were like, fuck it, I need content for this week, here we go. Yeah, the people who didn't like it left, like going, Garden of Ban 6 is shit. Like, yes, we know you've already made 18 fucking videos about the other ones. Why do we need to hear about it again? Talk about something else. Stop talking about this shit series. Start talking about something good. Like, I could definitely see the, like, fatigue of making fun of Ban really just ending up not going anywhere after a while. I'm gonna loop cut this bitch right here. Wait, yeah, that one right there. Oh, but it's gonna do a weird... No, it won't, because that's not a triangle. That's a triangle, not a square. We're fine. And that is also a square. You son of a bitch. You know what? We don't need that. It's fine. We don't need that shit.
Reviews were genuine criticism and positive reviews largely just for the meme. I mean, it was always kind of like that, but at this point everyone started to give up. This is when something becomes what could be called an ironic classic. Everyone knows it's rough, nobody takes it that seriously, but the whole thing is still entertaining and pulls you in. At this point, it's just funny watching others play and react to it. You never really know what to expect, and that's something to look forward to whether you're a die-hard fan or not. Naturally, with each release, the attention from those who had a genuine gripe with the franchise decreased in number, leaving more room for actual fans. The anti-fans, the people who love to hate it, settled in their own enclaves, praising what was good while providing constructive criticism in weaker areas. And talking about fans, they know how to rile them up, because 5 proved a point and was a great example of how to generate hype with very little. You see, when 4 released, people quickly noticed that the wishlist box pointed to 6, not 5, and that 5 in fact had its own cursed looking store page. Although not unique to this subgenre, part of the fun with mascot horror is to give the fans something to solve. I mean, for example, in Garten Banban, you can find QR codes that lead you to some cryptic messages, which are admittedly rather cliche. In regards to the mystery of 5, theories quickly formed, videos were made, and even a mod was built that looked pretty good. But one of the best things to come out of this was more game theory content. And of course, they took it to another level, making the point that 5 is most likely the prequel to 1, where it will take you through the events that kicked off everything. How the children went missing, and
like
so
Matt
on.
Pat
Anyway,
is a
the point
legitimate
proven here was that
strat.
they didn't need to do much to make this a thing. There wasn't actually anything tangible to unlock or solve, it was more speculation. They just changed the chronological order of the wish list and made a creepy store page that had some clues hidden throughout. Either way, they provided a mystery, and just like that, you've got extra coverage. Love it or hate it, it was a smart move.
They're very smart. So here's what I was saying earlier. Like, I've talked about this before. There's like 3 real aspects of like what makes a good artist good. You need to be good at like all of them ideally, but you have to be good at like 2 of them, right? And that is like the game itself, the capitalist, like you need to make money, you need to advertise, you need to do these things. Then you need to have a message, hopefully something that, you know, people who look at your thing care about. And then lastly, like technical skill, you know, somehow they made it with just 1. Matt Pat is you if you had a liberal art school. I mean, I guess I am, because I have a degree in art. So does that make me a liberal art school graduate? I wish I could dip out early. It's so dead today. I'm so sorry, my love. Well, I watched the Discord submitted videos as well. We might, yeah. I kind of want to see some more shit about this, and I think there's one on... Yeah, I kind of do want to see what the fuck was wrong with this game, because it went weird.
In regards to 4 and 6, it started to look better. It felt like the boat was pushed a bit further in certain areas. For example, in their past games, they had some great voice actors who came back to bring life into these new characters.
Great voice actors?
I will go now, because unlike you, my path to having my family back has never been clearer.
You can't argue with me that this is a pretty awkward situation.
One thing to appreciate is that they ramped up the scripted scenes, like the Choo Choo Charles cameo with that perfectly cut explosion. This guy called Sir Dadadoo, the main villain with the most goo goo gaga name so far, getting wrecked by a roided up Nab Nab.
Run.
And the psychotic
Run.
teacher Bambolina just getting absolutely bodied. Like some wacky sitcom, the lore develops in its own unpredictable way. And to be completely fair, the gameplay started to look higher effort in certain areas. Like for example, in 6, you gotta help the jester by scaring away the naughty ones with light while he fixes some switches. Which essentially boils down to a simple minigame of just pressing buttons, but it requires some rhythm to manage each lamp and ensure that the ceiling light is recharged after each use so you don't get jump scared. Compared to many other moments in this series,
That seems
it
like a
provides an
game.
intense experience. In 4, there was this spot the difference game where you have to memorize 4 rooms and figure out what changed in each one. Conceptually, it's not unique and simple enough, but at least it provides some rewarding challenge. Even
We're
the drone at
scratching the
one
bottom
point
of
had
the
a little
barrel
more
here,
thought
aren't we,
put
to
into
find
it, with a
anything
maze
to
that you need to
compliment.
guide it through. It's nothing groundbreaking, yet still appreciated. Both games also had boss fights. In 4, you had this thing called Kittysaurus, probably the first scary looking mascot chasing around this room, and you've got to bait it into one of 4 panels to knock it out. Gonna be honest, it wasn't that interesting, but at least it keeps you on your toes. In 6, you gotta confront this mutated bird, who in 3 became our little friend towards the end, but in 4, unfortunately falls into a giant vat of Javanium, essentially turning it into an absolute unit that takes on the boss from earlier.
This is chaos!
When confronting the bird, you gotta hide under these trees and distract it with this guy again, so that you can run over to the tents and get batteries to power up a trap. It's all far from groundbreaking stuff, but it showed some creativity. With the introduction of a hub area,
you are stretching so hard to make this not sound like
by
dog
that, I
dick.
mean, you'd go down one path, then come back to the hub and see things change a bit. Then after the story develops, you go back down another path and repeat the cycle. Instead of an A to B journey, you essentially have this: A to B and B to A about 3 times. The problem, more so in 4 than 6, was that the journey for the most part was literally back and forth. As an example, in 4 you have this chase sequence with a bit of platforming that ends with a fight between 2 of the mascots. But instead of an alternative exit to keep things interesting, you just go straight back the same way. Repeat this a few times and it feels like needless padding. Now, to be fair, in 6, even though traveling in the dark was a bit slow, going back wasn't as dull, at least for a couple times. There was this platforming section where you had to jump from one button to another while avoiding these rotating blocks.
I think I'm just gonna get rid of that. Like, that tool does not work the way I want it to.
With the jester, he tells a joke.
What do you call a toad that's upset? Unhappy!
Besides all that, incrementally, each game seemed to improve on something, but to pull a Columbo out of the bag and get to the point, each release is now double the price, yet still hit a rough playtime of under 2 hours. To give further perspective, in my second playthrough, knowing what to do, but still with some mistakes included, both games came to just over 1 hour. Compare all that to 3, and it's hard to justify such an increase, especially when there were moments in both that felt like padding. I mean, based off of their track record, it's hard to trust if a section that requires me to press a whole bunch of buttons just to open a door isn't a roadblock thrown in for the sake of extra playtime. But with that being said, 2023 was over, and the new year was about to start.
It doesn't automatically do faces for you. I might be doing this wrong. I think it'll be fine. They're nice big ones, though.
Are you out of your non-existent mind?
To start the new year off on a positive note, we have unblocked everyone. At the very beginning of 2024, the boys came back to X, much to the disappointment of Brazil. They probably weren't expecting the most welcome comeback, but they knew the score now and what to expect. In the time between their return to social media and the release of 7, not too much happened on the surface besides the announcement of their partner program and reposting fan art. But finally, on the 10th of May, it was time to meet the aliens. To lay the tracks, quality didn't see some revolutionary change. There's clear oversight, unresolved bugs, and the general jank that comes with these games. But with that being said, this one hit different. Since 1, we've been traveling downwards into the abyss. And here, it's clear that this part of the facility has been abandoned for a long time. It all kicks off with a recording, showing you the do's and don'ts when dealing with a spider, and shortly after, you find yourself in a room full of spiders that for some reason spread out in a funny way every time you respawn. This whole area is pretty straightforward and acts as a bridge to the main setting, but that's not before blowing up a possessed Nabnalina.
Like, I might skip that other video I queued because, like, I don't agree with this guy's takes that this is creative. I think that he's getting into it, yeah. Like, he's doing his best to not go insane.
Get easier to look at. The limitations of your bodies disgust me. Grab me the scissors. At this very moment, you might think of yourself as unlucky, but I am here to tell you that you are actually privileged. Privileged to be
That's
part
a pretty
of my
okay voice
operation.
actor.
You'll die as part of something greater than yourself. nor some loser that nobody will remember. Those aren't the scissors. How many toys do I have to
The voice acting, again, really carries the story. The characters you meet throughout feel authentic.
I can't be seen talking to you. Didn't you read the signs?
Arya being racist towards me is something I wasn't expecting, but this is where some of the behind the scenes are revealed, as it turns out that in an effort to build bridges, they called on content creators for the role of these citizens. This, with some in-jokes here and there, you can see that they put the drama behind and had some fun with this one. Now, this whole city is a rather small map in comparison to past games, but as a result, it's a more detailed and coherent world. It was actually pretty cool to explore different places.
I think it's 4 things. I forgot what the 4th thing was.
For example, you've got the bar full of aliens looking at you with them big soulless eyes like they've got something to say. There's also the hotel with more detail than you'd expect, where you've got some guys stretching in a corner and this fella sitting here complaining about their neighbor upstairs who's continuously screaming.
Oh hey, Glass Brain, thank you for 124 O's. Like, okay, I'm glad they patched things up with people. That's good of them to be the bigger man and not continue to try and act like they're hot shit when they are shit. 10 years. No, it's more than that, right? Yeah, 10 and change. That is a long time. Thank you, Glass Brain. I am surprised that people still follow me.
Oh, I remember you. You always hated my jokes.
I've got to be honest, on my first try, this moment was a pain in the ass. You see, because even on high brightness settings, it's hard to tell which direction to take for the exit. The way you're angled, you'd assume you'd go right, but no, you need to go left. But when you eventually figure it out, you got yourself a decent chase sequence across the rooftops. Using the environment like this shows some level of planning, and without a hub area, each section had their own unique exits. The senseless backtracking from before was almost non-existent here, although it is sad to say that at the end of this chase scene, Bitter Giggle, the now possessed jester, gets starred by the sheriff, leading to the saddest moment in gaming this year.
Sheriff, tell me a joke.
Okay, I'll try. Why don't animals eat jesters?
They taste funny. Yeah.
I don't get it. Oh, wait. That's actually not bad at all.
Yeah, I think you just described why it's shit, man.
Goodbye, my friend.
Okay.
On a small note, this scene added some drama and upped the stakes, because as much as they're thrown around, these mascots are not immortal. The fans have a genuine investment in these characters, and there's no idea who'll be next. This in turn keeps those invested hooked.
Are you invested?
Arguably, one of the main issues with these games is that they weren't really scary, but this time there was something to it. Now, for context's sake, after setting up a trap for
This
the
is
syringe
such a
where he
level
gets
of
attacked
cope on
by a
his
naughty
part.
one and asks for your help to kill it, which you can somehow do by just clicking it. He brings you in as an apprentice, and you're given the quest to find Jumbo Josh, as he's part of the plan to take down Sir Dadadoo and his possessed army, who, by the way, you can see already loaded in way before the confrontation later. Anyway, this time there were a couple of
With a
moments that
bazillion
put me on edge.
polygons.
For example, in the theater you visit later, there is a little quest to help this guy set up a show so you can get this green tracker to find Josh. But then a delivery arrives that you need to pick up from the main entrance. entrance, which as you go down the hallway turns out to be a big creepy paper bird. It wasn't necessarily scary, but it was a very simple yet effective way of delivering some kind of suspense. The time between pushing it down the hall and eventually getting it on stage, you know something's gonna happen. And when it does, you're already on high alert to run the other way. Even though the actual chase scene wasn't that interesting, I mean, you can even slow down and kind of wait for them to catch up, you could feel the push towards something a bit more creepy compared to previous titles. Later, when you eventually explore the abandoned supermarket and make your way upstairs, there's this simple sequence activity that starts off okay, but then goes a bit nuts. Oh god. The fuck is that? What do I do? The fuck is that? Jesus Christ, that actually scared me. I hated this when I first saw it. The settings I had were default and I couldn't see a thing till it got too close. Now, the keen observer may recognize that they ripped off the Resident Evil 8 baby, something I've not yet experienced, but to be honest, after this, I don't really want to, because this to me was the scariest moment in the entire series and shows some promise for the future. In this game, they introduced a new drone mechanic. That was something people wanted for a while, but to be honest, it kinda sucked. With double the antenna, you can now use it first person. It's not too hard to control, however, it's a bit unpredictable. Like for example, if you smack it on something, there's a chance that it zooms all the way back to where it started, making for some frustrating moments. It also seemed to ignore some barriers, as when infiltrating the bar, it just straight up went through the floor. Kinda funny, but a few weeks later, still not fixed. And in the supermarket, in my second playthrough, I somehow got catapulted into a room that's after the baby attack. When you eventually make it to said room, there's this activity where you need to walk on buttons in a specific sequence to unlock the door at the end. And to know what buttons to press, you need to fly the drone into this mapping room, which is a cool use for it, just of course be careful not to tap anything, otherwise you might zoom all the way back. It's hard not to appreciate that they tried to change things up a little bit, and you can see what they were trying to do, but the execution wasn't quite there. And again, with the drone,
this thing they added, they tried. They made something, they really tried, but it sucks. Is there a this with less simping version for Yick? Because I want to figure out what the fuck is going on with that game and why people care. Yeah, he didn't get a chance to play Resident Evil Village because he was playing Garden of Banban 1 through 7. Watch the Snarker's video. Okay. The Snarker is out of date. This was streamed 1 year ago. Oh, it's 6 hours long.
Mostly just pressing buttons. If you know what you're doing, this game is about the same playtime as the last two. But besides that,
again,
and some
it's
drawbacks,
not good,
this was a
man.
big
Stop
step
simping for
forward.
it. They'll
It
give
all
you a
ended
voice
with the
acting
grand
role. Just
finale
ask
where
them.
Jumbo Josh takes on the possessed.
They'd be
in the most
glad to
epic
not have
fight
to pay
scene
for
so
a voice
far,
actor,
and
I'm
it left
sure.
everybody with a new mystery that we'll see at some point in number 8. You can see why I wanted to make this video now, because I don't know when this is going to end. And speaking of never ending, as of recording, a pretty big announcement was just made. However, before going into that, there is something worth addressing that doesn't sit right.
Is it the shit gameplay?
Getting an AliExpress ad for knockoff merch while playing this is insane. But on the topic of mobile, it isn't that bad. The games you pay for don't come with ads, and besides some awkward controls, it's pretty much the same game. But on the topic of ports, it is sad to see that with most, if not all, platforms covered, it appears that only the next big thing matters. Taking mobile as a prime example, seeing as much of their audience are there, even though numbers have fallen significantly since the first, you can see very little in the update department. And that's across all of them.
Yeah, they
7
don't
has
update
been
them
out for a
because
little
why
while now,
would you?
And since release, no updates. But why is this important? Well, it's because when you look through the reviews, some from rather angry parents, there are a few common issues that don't seem to ever be addressed. And again, this is the same for each release. Of course, similar to PC, everybody has a different spec for mobile, especially when that comes to Android. And it's safe to say for many, even on the lowest settings, it don't run too good. But to pick on one issue that's been requested many times, the demand for sensitivity options or even just more responsive controls has been ignored each time. I mean, when 7 came to PC, the mobile port was released a day after. If they spent a bit more time and had a bit more care for the end user, then perhaps the rooftop chase section wouldn't be so awkward for so many people. You can tell that adoring fans don't want to bring down the game they love with staggeringly negative reviews. This is purely feedback. Feedback that's probably been heard, but obviously ignored. Yet why should they care? When refund policies aren't all as fair as Steam, and when the hype train must go on. When you have supportive fans on other platforms that show unconditional love for your game, then maybe it's at the very least worth showing some intent to implement simple features that have been much requested in return. Simple features that only go on to help improve the overall customer experience. Touch controls have always been a bit awkward, but when you've used the same control pad for the sake of cutting corners, and I'd argue with no proper testing, it's hard to look at all of that.
Probably no proper testing. I'm willing to bet
in these areas. As a slight tangent, trying it out on the business expense switch wasn't too bad. Surprisingly, it didn't explode, but my wallet did cry a little after having to spend money on the first game. Now, to be clear, it's not that each game needs to have constant updates, and I get that the lack of sensitivity options for mobile
just make
may
it
seem
run,
trivial,
man.
but that's not the point. It's the principle behind it. The way
Bethesda gets away with this because they have more money than you. Don't act like you can, man.
You're treated and heard as a customer. I mean, just to be petty, each game still has the quit button, but it doesn't even close the app. It's just a black screen, and that's it. I get it if the brand is very much, once it's done, and every fault is a feature, and that unironically a big part of the entertainment value is the rough nature behind each game. There are many games that I've played in the past that are low budget and wacky as hell, but still provide some entertainment value, whether that's intentional or not. But to be honest, I think everybody knows the deal at this point. However, that doesn't mean it's a good one. Now, just to add, when they did create their own dedicated mobile game, it was about as simple as it gets. The whole premise of it is that you hop from one room to another while smashing 2 of the same object, and that's it. You do that for as long as you can while collecting coins that you need 50 of to use the claw machine. The pay to win mechanic is that the claw machine is how you unlock new characters to play as.
That's a solid
It's one of those
point.
games where watching ads
Swing
is a faster
Master,
way to
just like
progress,
comparing
and
this shit.
RIP to whatever kid spent $50 to collect all the characters. I wouldn't even say that's the sin, it's just so simple, so unimaginative, that you can't help but think that this was just to cash out on all the hype. What sucks about all of this is that you can see growth, but there's still some of that
You
less
cannot
desired
see
practice
growth.
lingering. After looking at all of this for way longer than I should,
Which
all
is
they need
why
to
you
do
were
is slow
simping
down
for
a
it.
bit. They don't need to rush anymore. They already have a pretty dedicated fan base. Perhaps with a slower pace, more focus on the content in hand, attention to other equally
What's
as
the
valid
point?
audiences.
No. What is the point of doing any of that? Why bother? Like, legitimately, why bother with making it better? Like, why would that be a thing you'd care about? Also, am I putting too many polygons on this? I feel like I might be putting too many polygons on this. Like, it's fine. Like, I'm trying to simplify it a lot. Seems all right? Okay. Your barometer is the band controller. Okay, yeah, no, I mean, like, I do want to be, like, I want to make a good game. I know that I'm not, like, the best at 3D modeling, but like I think I can tell a decent story, and I think I do decent art. So like, you know, I'll give it a go. I'm not going to be a I'm not going to be a AAA game developer. I just don't have the time or resources to do that. I'm very much doing this with like a shoestring budget and just hoping dedication, effort, and time will be worth enough. Like, as predatory as you would say Five Nights at Freddy's is, you have a solid point. Like, Five Nights at Freddy's, he like tried to make a real fucking game. Like, it was a bit of a meme at first because he was upset at someone for saying that his like wholesome Christian game was like scary or whatever, because it fucking was for children. You know,
a bit more consideration for the end user is what's needed to really drive things up a notch. Either way, with that all said, spirits have been higher since the last release, and it's genuinely interesting to see where these guys will go.
No, it's
had
not.
Such a weird start, and to see things kind of improve is always nice. But surprisingly enough, the future isn't just going to be Ban Ban, because on the 28th of June this year, they announced their new separate project, Unplagued. The Steam description says that you get to play as plague doctors with your friends in this multiplayer co-op medieval horror. Purge the plague, create the cure, escape the mutated creatures, and most importantly, make the queen proud. I've got to be brutally honest, after watching the trailer, the lads are cooking, and this time, it smells kind of good. You can see that there's that similar style, but it all looks
streamed Pilgrim's Progress way back in the day.
It looks like a horror,
it's
and hopefully
really rough.
it's going to be a fun one to
I also
play with
streamed
friends.
the
There's no telling if this is...
I forgot what it was called. It was the coffee one. Like, you're a coffee maker. Yeah, that just looks like another like Lethal company, like Lethal-like. I think they realized that mascot horror isn't what it, isn't the moneymaker anymore. And they're like, well, we got to change up this thing, but we can probably still just shit out another Garden of Ban and make some money. You know? It's like an indie dev doing what a AAA dev would do if they were in their shoes. I mean, yeah, Scott is also insanely homophobic, but, he did try and make a video game that was good. Even if, like, you don't care for it, he like, tried, which I feel like is kind of more than I can say about these guys.
Going to kick off. There are many games like this. However, it does already show some higher level of development, so it's anybody's guess as to how this may impact the Garden of Ban Ban. Before this, there was no telling where these guys were going. If it would just be Garden of Ban Ban until it dies a slow death. It does feel like they've always worked at a fast pace to ensure that they can keep up with the hype, because the truth is, when you pop off, there's no telling how long that's going to last. From starting off in the beginning with short side-scroller stories with some poorly handled topics, to creating one of the most controversial horror games of 2023, to now sitting in a position as notorious devs looking to try something different. This whole story as it stands is one of trial by fire.
Unplagued is mostly negative on Steam. Is it out?
Side, a little cooked. They've done some silly things, cut many corners, and left a poor impression on a lot of people. But what I can respect is that they still stuck at it and came back to mend some bridges. Obviously, I wouldn't class
they just
them as
wanted
top-tier
money,
devs
man.
just because of their position, but in the dumpster diving industry, they're one of the very few who made it to the surface, and as a result, paid the price and learned the lessons with all eyes on them. Even though the feedback was tough, those who gave much needed criticism and were previously blocked banded together with a cursed mod after the second game where your footsteps go brah, 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 brah. With this and a long stream, they raised a lot of money for charity, so indirectly, some good came from all of this. This series ultimately brought attention to an increasingly marketable trend that was becoming saturated in the clearest of light and further exposed a well-oiled machine. I've covered some interesting stories in the past, but this one by far still blows my mind. There's no idea when it will end, and it's good to see that things have at least pushed towards a positive direction. But for how long that'll last is yet to be answered. I guess we'll find out in Garden of Ban Ban 10, the Curse of Diddly Doinks. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching, and remember, hitting the like button helps to fund more wizardly home investments.
No. No. I want to learn about Yick. I'm gonna go piss. Everything he just said, no. Like, legitimately no, right? Like... No. Like, when he was like, these guys are just making shit for money, I think that they wanted to make some, like, maybe art at one point, but I don't know if it's there anymore. I'm not going to play the video while I leave. I'm just going to go piss. I'll be right back. 1 minute 30. It's already started. I have enough respect for random asshole to be here for the video. All right, I'm back. Like, it's... The guy was trying not to be overtly negative. I get that. And I respect him for that. Like, you know, where you live in a very negative world where, like, everyone just kind of shits on each other for any attempt at doing anything, you know? Someone the other day was asking me on Tumblr, like, what is my opinion of, like, the smoking weed at concerts discourse? And I'll be honest with you, I didn't give my real take because, like, just didn't want to deal with the bullshit. So I just said, like, no, it's not okay to do anything ever. But realistically, I think my take is that if I go to a show and I don't smell weed, it's probably going to be the most boring fucking show in my life. Like, not because of the drugs, but because, like, I cannot think of a single, like, no, it would suck, man. Like, it just sounds like it would be a boring ass concert. I think this discourse is literally just Tumblr discourse. It's not real discourse, which is why I didn't get into it, because, like, I'm gonna, if I get into it for real, you know, someone on Tumblr is gonna send me angry messages, and I'm 37 fucking years old, man. I don't need that. I don't need that shit at all. My point is that, like, yeah, there's a lot of just bullshittery going around in the world, you know? And maybe I'm being a hypocrite by, like, criticizing this dude, but, like, come on, man. Like, it's not gotten better. The game hasn't gotten better. I think that it's like Stockholm Syndrome or something at this point for him, because there's no way, like, the updates that he was talking about, I'm like, that just looks like they made another one, you know? Extreme cope, I think, was a thing that was happening. Wait, what is this button? Warn. Very much so, I think it was a sunken cost thing. And so it's like, well, now I kind of don't want to watch his other videos because, like, maybe he just has that take again on some other game. You know, I don't want to spend another 30 minutes to hour listening to Copium. No offense to this man. I'm sure you're doing your best with the content that you have to cover, but Jesus fuck, man. No, it hasn't gotten better. No, I don't think that they're trying. I think that they're moving on to lethal likes because they realize that that's the thing right now. If I wanted to make money, I would make a lethal like, or, you know, something like that, like a roguelike lethal like. Boom, easy money, you know? But I don't want to make that. And also, I don't know how to make multiplayer games. But we're not going to worry about that right now. No, man. How long is this Yick video? 2.5. No, man, I can't do 2.5 hours of a guy talking about Yick. That's so much Yick, man. Like, my wife is gonna come home before I finish that video. It's worth it? Raylord, you know I respect you. If I click play on this, I don't want to not respect you by the end of it. I don't know if I can listen to... 1.5 times speed, maybe? Yeah, I know I did. But, God... Running Shine, Yick review. 5 years ago, 2 hours. Can we... Is it possible to review Yick in less than 2 hours? Yes. Review. You're supposed to hate the hero. Okay. This one was made 3 months ago. I mean, I don't really have a problem with the protagonist more so than just anything else about it. The worst game ever and why I love it. A 3-hour essay on why Y2K Part 2. I barely finished the tutorial. And God will let me into heaven for having done so. Alright, fine.
Before I move on to the other endings,
No, it's...
Y2K, a postmodern RPG. Or simply, Yeek. Does it need any introduction?
What the hell was that? Tell me what the hell is going on. What is all this about? What just happened? This is insane. What is a soul survivor? Did you guys see that? What the hell are the Frank and Popo doing here?
That phone call was surely one of the strangest I've ever received. And no, I couldn't hear the music.
Yeah, probably. It's a 2019 RPG, possibly postmodern, inspired by Earthbound, Final Fantasy, Paper Mario, and surrealist Japanese literature. It has abnormal characters, strange enemies, mini-game-based battles, Elisa Lamb's death, reality-bending puzzles, and irreverent humor. To those who are unfamiliar, that contrast of inspirations may sound appealing or appalling. Well, for me, Y2K was one of the most unique, interesting, and thoroughly unenjoyable experiences I've had with a game and a novel. To those who've watched clips, know the egregiously annoying bits, and have maybe seen a critique or two, it may seem like an easy game to tear a new one. Well, yes and no. It's so consistently poor in so many ways that I could probably just write an unstructured laundry list of grievances, and I doubt many would fault me if that's all this video was. But I've had to restart this script a lot. Putting Yeek into words has been tricky, and not just because of how many words it's given me. Like many of my other videos, it will be on the longer end, so timestamps and such are in the description if you don't want to watch all of this in one go. It will be here when you got time, and I think too much Yeek at once can be unhealthy.
Okay, so if you're gonna do the thing where you, like, use a real person's death in your story, like, give it like 80 plus years. Like, make it so that way no one who knew the person's alive. If you shift right click, it'll select the whole loop. I think it has something to do with the way that this works, unfortunately. No. Alt right click, maybe? I think it's because it's this mode, Retroput Flow. So I think some of the things you would expect to work don't, because that doesn't seem to work either. Yeah, I bet you that's the problem. Okay.
My experience with Y2K didn't start when I opened the game, and they didn't end when I closed it. The confused mess of a reception it got was fascinating. It rapidly grew in jokes around it. Tidbits of dialogue so awkward that they could be quoted endlessly. Entire mishandled scenes to be shocked by. The title itself became Yeek, which drove home just how bungled it all was. It's rare for me to watch a lot of reviews and read articles on one title, both amateur and mainstream. But I was enthralled by how it seemed everyone who played Yeek was walking away with at least one new grievance. Anyone could look at Yeek, agree with others over its many issues, but still have something unique which annoyed them. The most people were the people who thought they had Yeek pegged. Meanwhile, the more positive takes were giving it the benefit of the doubt or trying to place it in some larger context. But few could bring themselves to say they liked it. When I played Yeek for myself, it wasn't alone.
JFK Reloaded at least had, like,
time was spent mostly
we're discovering whether or not it is possible to do this shot or not. Like, it's to debunk or encourage conspiracy theorists. And I would say, like, I was able to pull it off. I streamed it.
I don't know. Our feelings quickly split. He saw it as a game meant to disorient and mean nothing by design, drawing the player into questioning meaningless minutiae before throwing it away or contradicting established ideas in an attempt to deliberately irritate. I argued it was a bad game acting in earnest and had to mean something, however ill-explained. Over the course of our time playing, I got worn down while Noonham got more assured. I was trying to keep the story in mind so that I could prove it was trying, even consulting a screenshot LP between play sessions. Thanks, Tim Rod, for your incredible patience in transcribing Yeek. Playing Yeek felt like Yeek was playing me right back. Trying to understand what Yeek wants to say was like bashing my head against a brick wall. I'm glad I had someone else there to argue with rather than just the game alone. As credits rolled, I was thoroughly sick of Yeek. I didn't beat it. It beat me. This video isn't even here to pull back the win. It's just explaining how a time wizard magic tens of hours away and continues to do so. Since I have thought about Yeek a lot since finishing it, I wondered how I'd eventually approach it. And when I opened the footage to start note-taking months after finishing it...
Yeah, I wish there was an extrude feature. I don't know if there is one.
Within minutes of reading dialogue, that frustration resurfaced like it had never left.
But I'm kind of bootlegging an extrude by...
Between that and the developers promising since January to release a combat patch that overhauls the battle system, which I figured I'd wait on in the sake of fairness, this video has taken a long, long time. And simply put, I have no idea if we will ever see that combat overhaul, and I'm not waiting on it any longer.
Yeah, no, a lot of stuff gets turned off in Retroplo mode or whatever the fuck.
I find I tidy it up a little, and I head to bed planning to start editing Yeek the next day. I wake up, and it's not just a combat update anymore. It's... We'll see. We'll see, Yeek. You got to exist like this for nearly 2 years. I'm talking about the game I played. I'm talking about what I played. Not the future. My feelings on Y2K are a lot like Y2K. They're overlong, frustratingly complicated, and at times contradictory. I have 2 reads of what Yeek means. Both readings are backed up by events and themes in the story, but they are sort of exclusive because one denies meaning while the other infers it. I agree that the game is bad. It's a story so poorly told that bothering to claw meaning out of it is just not worthwhile. But I see a lot of people bring up things that I see as misinterpretations to berate the game unfairly. Considering how much rope it already gives people, that's really something.
You should be able to use patches and contours to do that.
Vibrating with motion. Vibrating with motion. Vibrating with motion.
Despite all of that, this video is not a defense. It's more that I've turned up with a different stick to beat a dead horse. This also isn't me claiming to be some genius who solved Yeek. This isn't me being the final word on the game. If this video somehow makes you want to play Yeek for yourself, you can spend your time arguing with me as well as the game, as I had with Noonham, and that might make it a more interesting experience. And lastly, most tragically, I can't judge Yeek for being self-indulgent because, well, that's exactly what my videos are.
I mean, yeah.
But seeing as that's the case, I'm gonna judge it anyway. So you might think I've said enough and we're good to go, but slow down there, cowboy. This is the 90s. Sort of. The pacing's on dial-up. First off, Marlene explains the title. The developers are in on Y2K looking like Yeek, and I suppose if people like this game, then calling it that would have been endearing. Didn't quite work out that way, but I get it. Yeek is memorable and easy to spread. With Y2K, you're sending your game to the arse end of Google. Not to mention, we're going to learn this game has actually little to do with the Y2K bug or surrounding hysteria. It is about an apocalypse at the turn of the millennium, sure, but it's a hollow reference. So for the younger people watching, the good news is you're not going to learn anything. We then have to enter a few names and pick a gender. This stuff won't come up until late game, and I doubt we'll appreciate it when it does. This part is an odd tone setter. You may look at it and think, oh, so it's letting us know it's like Earthbound. It really isn't. This Questionaire's vibe is distinct from the rest of the game, which I find to be a small blessing since it isn't charming to
I don't
begin
remember
with.
this bit. I think they took it out in the version I played. What's wild is, okay, so wait, how many times have they updated this game? Like, at some point, it just ends up being a different fucking game. You know? Like, this is a different game than... It's the game of Theseus, yeah.
Do it in 5 and fill them to bursting. While most of the jokes aren't original or clever, this is what kills the comedy dead. With purely textual comedy, you really have to weigh your words. One too many can turn a joke from comical to clumsy, and Yeek is never off by just one word. Each gag winds up stumbling over its own self-assured hilarity on the way to a plot line. Yeah, I can't call these punchlines. There is no punch when you're this loquacious. I mean, a dull thud at best, and you come off like a tryhard who uses words like loquacious. There's really no mix like desperation and unwarranted confidence to get people laughing with you. By the time it asks about the final friend, the description is so wordy and overly specific, it's as if it's been intentionally building to this bit all along, but the rest of the game is even more long-winded. Most titles ratchet up the difficulty as they go along, but Yeek ups the wordiness. Is this a joke, or is this slowly turning up the heat? Purposeful or not, when even the title is weirdly bloated, maybe it's meant as a warning. Anyhow, when all is said and done, this was about as fun as a tax return and half as well written, but, well, Yeek now knows our names. Gladly. Let's go. The game opens on April 4th, 1999. We're Alex Eggleston, a liberal arts major who just graduated college after a semester too many, returning home to a town that really likes the last game Act made.
I had no idea what adult life held for me, but I was optimistic.
I sort of doubt this is our home because as we'll learn, no one would be happy to have Alex back. But
yeah,
we can
Alex sucks
inhabit
ass.
the joint. This git has also decided to sit on our lawn and make a game-spanning joke about zines. Our mother can't be here to greet us, but she did leave a grocery list.
Not even home 5 minutes and she's already barking orders at me.
She erected a bloody sign for you, Alex. Well, I'll get around to that. But now I want to know about his home life. And while we do get the idea that Alex's family is fractured, we don't get much that we couldn't see with our eyes. No, Alex, we were just told what to do. I don't feel much thought was put into these little dialogues. They often come across contradictory to the story itself, and the fact it's happening this early on just makes it look like nobody's paying attention. I get that this fridge dialogue...
Well, they don't want to read the dialogue either, I would imagine. Fuck me, if I had to read the dialogue for Yick, I would get pissed off too.
About the only detail I like is tied to Alex's record player. He notes that it's from his dad. It doesn't say it outright, but the fact his dad is referenced in a detached way and never seen gives this dialogue a bittersweet tinge that you get to unpack for yourself, while also giving Alex's appreciation of vinyl some context. Or maybe he hates his dad and his damn records, I don't know. The rest of the house is pretty useless, and that won't change. We look at our mum's underwear, nick $20.
If you hold control, keep drawing lines through the mesh, it'll fill the edge loop itself. Okay. Let's try it on this one here. Let's try it on this guy. Okay, cool. All right, so like, let's try and do the what's it called? The patch thing.
To give to Zine Guy, and
you have to have
outside, things aren't much
contours
better.
on.
The issue with a lot of dialogues is that they don't really change over the course of the game to reflect changes in the story or the world. They often seem written to not relate to anything, but still wind up jarring. At a certain point in the story, Alex's mother loses her job, but this woman never moves or says anything different. Why yes, I just got home from college and have been gone for years, but I'll put in a word with the sister I never see. This guy gets a whole year off work. I'd be less grumpy. Besides that, it's some scattershot, extremely weak gags. Since the NPC dialogue is static, it's surprising how it still manages to tread on the toes of the story. I also think Yeek would have specifically benefited from the channel progressing.
On the contour tool, you draw a straight line through the mesh, and it'll generate vertices around the object. See, it's only doing the vertices and not the things. Like, I can get a ring of nodes, but I can't, like... I mean, that's just doing a weird thing because of the way I've set it up, but... I will just continue to trudge on while you try and figure out how to do it better and faster.
Changing over the course of the narrative, the fact that it doesn't feels like a missed opportunity and winds up hurting things. We head off in search of those groceries, and things get worse. Alex runs into this cat and starts banging on about it in great detail, which turns into imagining his life with the bloody thing. The cat sees what it assumes is his script and nabs it. Alex gives chase and winds up in a strange, otherworldly factory hotel filled with monsters.
Yeah, that's as far as I got, and then I stopped because my life is more important than this.
Panda!
It's here he runs into Semi-Pack and some awkward dialogue happens.
Great, another person.
I'll leave if you want. I don't want to talk to you.
Hey, I can leave if you like.
Fuck! It turns out the cat belongs to her. Sammy says this is her home and she doesn't know what elevators are, before getting in an elevator with us to leave. Which she does. Alex is left befuddled, but still erect. There's a lot to unpack here. This first dungeon is a gauntlet. Alex narrates everything. You could take all the ventilation in the world, jam it together, and it still wouldn't be half as long-winded as this cunt. He adds so much fluff to every scene, often just repeating what we can see. He's meant to be an unreliable narrator, and the script wants to sneak false details and Alex's shitty speculation past the listener, and it does so through sheer volume. Now, this has an obvious
At a certain point, you just stop giving a shit about what he says, I'll be real.
From fictional fact, but even just passively listening to the dialogue.
Also, again, shout out to my wife who is in chat right now. I had to do, like, what was it, an hour of this game per, like, whatever that was done? Like, every time we spun the wheel? 30 minutes. Thank you. My wife sat through the tutorial. This is how you know she loves me. She sat through the tutorial song of Yik. You know, I don't know who you are and I don't care. I'm going to kick you in the derriere. That song, she sat through the whole fucking thing just to lessen the amount of time I had to play this piece of shit. That's how much my wife loves me. She would actively hurt herself in order to make me not have to deal with this shit. The music wasn't in the version that he played, Jesus Christ.
Begins to wear me down. Now, a mystery will have misdirection. That's fine. I get that Alex is a moronic blowhard and I should take everything he says with a grain of salt, but man, that's enough sodium for a fucking heart attack. The parts with the panda and Sammy add another layer.
I love you
not just when
too.
he's alone. Very long dialogues will play out before Alex's narration kicks in, which rarely does more than just repeat what was said from Alex's perspective.
Elevator? I don't know what that is.
Who doesn't know what an elevator is?
I've been looking for my cat, Ali. Have you seen her?
So the stupid thing was a
Stroke.
girl?
I don't know
Insert
who that is.
edge
My
strips
cat just
and
looks
exude
like
edges
Dolly
from a
herself.
patch.
I doubted she'd know her 20th century Spanish Catalan surrealist painters all that well either.
I love the moment we get Panda. The game treats it like our first tool, but we've already met Alex. Panda gives us a tutorial on how he's used.
You can press circle to summon me.
Alex repeats it. Then the game asks if I'd like the tutorial repeated. Aren't you calling yourself a postmodern RPG? I mean, your audience is presumably RPG fans, hopefully not first-timers. Why am I getting such a hand-holdy tutorial and zero trust when it comes to one of the most stock abilities you can have? And with Sammy, yeah, if Yeet can do something in 5 text boxes, it'll do it for 10 and Alex will recap for 20.
I reflected on her words.
Oh my God.
I thought at the time. Fabrication of Sammy was homeless. We found refuge in her cat. But still, I could tell I was missing something. She was much more energetic than the homeless.
This guy hates Yik. Thank fuck for that, at least.
Is what my hobby?
Staring off into space and screwing up your face as if to say, what's going on inside my head is really important, so just let me think.
It's at this point, this behavior should be reined in, point made. Maybe Alex can start catching himself monologuing and stopping to show that, you know, maybe Sammy had an actual effect on him. But no, it continues for the rest of the game uncommented on. It's clear reading the developer's logs that the writer, Andrew Allenson, is a voracious reader. A lot of the entries on Yeek's writing go more into his experiences and thoughts with novels than they do with game stories. He particularly notes the colorless Sakura Tazaki as the template for Yeek's structure, inspired particularly by its... You're fucking with me. Its concise storytelling. Later entries cite Wind Up Bird Chronicle along with authors Pinchon and Wallace.
Are you fucking with us?
Alex's tendency to narrate events as though in a novel is also spoken about in the casting process. Another one of Andrew's writing blogs notes that Alex is meant to be a jerk, but still likable, which is interesting.
I wanted to make a game about a guy who's like a piece of shit, unlikable character who by the end of the game has to transform. People get it in a novel, but gamers aren't, you know.
Oh hey, that blog.
That makes sense as a concept. It's just you failed. Like, if the character was insufferable, but the game wasn't, you could probably have gotten away with that.
Also said people can change, and so can tunes. That aside, what's clear is they put a lot of ingredients into Alex, but it results in no clear flavor whatsoever, and there's a bigger issue.
Everybody else in Yeek is also absurdly verbose. It's not even a trait that makes Alex really stand out. It's just that since we see the world through his eyes, there is naturally a lot more of him. Literally, long story short, is that Andrew put the novelization of Yeek within Yeek, a prose modern RPG. I'm sure you can see the problem. Again, literally. Video games are an audio-visual medium. This is an RPG with models, maps, music, and text boxes.
Yeah, part of the story should, like, this is show, don't tell.
Sprites, text timing. Yeek neglects
Or
doesn't
not
use
even show, don't tell. It's like show, then tell, and then tell again. I mean, yeah, you successfully made a piece of shit that I don't want to deal with. You did it.
Provides, not so much because it's doing a pastiche, as much as it is because it's taking the piss. I know the cat has a strange mustache. I know it's strange that Sammy doesn't know what an elevator is. Explaining what we're seeing is padding the runtime, and for what?
We are inside a room. We can tell from the decorations on the wall that it is a female's room.
It's taking me out of this world. Why try to infer, extrapolate, or invest myself if Alex is just going to tell me exactly what cues I should be noticing?
Yeah.
You want to be a book, but you're just showing a total lack of spine. I do love this old entry, which notes the
that's a
plans to get
good
the player
line.
dungeon
Holy
diving within
shit.
5 minutes of hitting start. Yeah, plans
Okay, hold
definitely.
on. You can also select edges, select the strokes tool. Okay. And then control. Oh, I see. So I've got to, like, make the gap between there and, like, over here. I don't know why it's not working for me. I'm sorry.
Changed. You spend 5 minutes with Crow, Cat, and Cock each before you're doing anything. The shame of it is, removing or toning down Alex's narration would cost the story nothing. Yeek genuinely has subtle beats that can be rewarding to pick up on. I think. I second guess all of them, since the writing is so often grating and so often just so much, that I don't see cleverness or subtlety with respect, but suspicion. If a person goes at a dartboard with a shotgun, it's not the same when they hit a bullseye.
You have to select the
don't need
horizontal
text for
edges
subtext.
as well.
Something
It doesn't
subtext
do
for
a
text takes a toll on
90-degree
texture and
ones.
substance. Plus,
Okay.
now knowing Alex was supposed to be irritating according to what was convenient for Andrew to say at the time, there are better ways to communicate this than by attempting to give your audience Stockholm Syndrome. Honestly, him saying that a literary audience would get Alex is just insulting two mediums at once. I think they get what gamers got, that he's a flaccid prick. Alex isn't interesting or, well, novel. And games are not novels. Games have different strengths and drawbacks.
Maybe I can do it with the,
vice versa. I'm not saying games going for a novelistic structure can't work, but Yeek doesn't leverage the strengths of either medium. It just wants to be a goddamn book too much. I do have to raise the idea that Alex's often incorrect ramblings
T-shape extrusions are not... Okay, I'm doing it wrong somehow.
Against the more set-in-stone elements of an audiovisual medium. If that was part of the reason for doing this, then it's just overly flowery and doesn't pay off in any significant way. And speaking of books, or in Proto-Woman's case, from them...
Like, I feel like you can make a shitty character. Okay,
That's
not
an excerpt
horizontal
lifted directly
ones,
from
not...
Murakami's novel After Dark. This apparent theft led to some backlash. Again, Andrew had an explanation at the ready, saying that it was indeed deliberate homage. Alex was unable to process what he was experiencing, and so his brain filtered it through a novel he's a fan of. So, you know, perfectly sensible. Alex, who was scared out of his wits in April 1999, started reciting the 2004 novel he's a fan of, before getting pulled into a mystery from 2013. What's daft is that this may not be total bullshit. I mean, the specifics are, but the rationale isn't. There is precedent for this explanation that we've seen. You just have no good reason to spot it. You can't blame people for being suspicious, especially from a studio that has been caught plagiarizing in the past. And well, you can't buy
Wait, did you know that Axe Studios in their infamous game Yik, turns out they straight up bit crushed version of Demise of the Ritual from Shadow of the Colossus in Two Brothers, which was their previous game. Oh.
Brothers anymore, which makes the amount of references and reverence in Yeek all the more surreal. They've got a bloody statue of the main character and his wife in the town fountain, which, hey, maybe they look up to plagiarists. Really, it means Yeek isn't so much a shrine as it is a mausoleum. But before we move on, let's have a quote from Andrew.
I'm not Murakami, and I would never pretend to be him. So to a lot of people, they won't necessarily see the influence.
At the end, Sammy is taken as Alex is frozen in fear, and as he exits the factory alone...
The calm night wind of springtime seemed to contrast with the inner workings of my brain.
Oh my god, shut up.
Minute on this shit. After everything that's happened, just shut the fuck up for a moment.
Thank you.
Worse is, if you exit the screen, you have to sit
God, it's
in
refreshing
black
to hear
while
someone
Alex
say what
finishes
I'm
up,
saying.
only for the mood to instantly be shattered by...
confused by the images spinning inside my head.
Like a lot of, okay, this is a really deep cut, but can I show you guys something that no one gives a shit about? Like, in Fruity Loops, there's a very specific, like, just random, like, series of sentences, like, where is it?
You think that?
That's right. Check this out. Now for.
It was a nightmare.
Go.
I'll give you.
This is
Activate.
Melting to the imprisoned image of a damaged mind, ravaged by an unforgiving time, expressed divinely by a man, not a god.
That every word of fucking dialogue from Yik reminds me of this one sample you can get for free via that's it. This has been in here for fucking years. Every version of this game or this program has this.
Melting to the imprisoned image of a damaged mind, ravaged by an unforgiving time, expressed divinely by a man, not a god.
Who gives a shit?
And
it always struck me as a really weird voice
is so
like
cack-handed. It made me
thing
think about
to
something
be
I
default.
never really noticed in games
Like,
right
what do I
before.
do with
Characters
that?
really have to explain what they're doing and why without assuming player actions. For Alex to brazenly narrate,
I was moving on autopilot back towards my home.
while I'm trying to open a chest and already tired of hearing him, it creates a strange demand to work with the writer to not break the already flimsy narrative. It goes hand in hand with Yeek putting its medium blending aspirations over good design sense. There's just such an incongruity already on display in the writing, the art, the gameplay, and the tone that all comes together in a kaleidoscope of crap. Oh hey Alex, the arcade opens tomorrow. Well that'll take your mind off things. Then when we do get home, I'm greeted by this prompt. And I have to wonder, is Yeek knowingly taking the piss? Shit.
No.
Forgot the groceries.
I tossed my things on the floor and made my way to the couch. My mother, a 49-year-old, short, red-headed woman, was an information systems programmer analyst for Pacific Chime.
Wow. I mean, I was making a joke, but that's just as asinine. I get Alex is trying to ignore what just happened, but there is some whiplash.
You have mail.
We get sent a video, and this would probably be a joke about long download times and Alex being able to go off on a monologue, if that wasn't, you know, exactly what he'd do all the time anyway. I love Timrod in his screenshot LP using historical precedent to give Alex faster download times and remove shit like this, as though that would help.
I just had to wait for it to finish downloading. When the file had finished downloading...
It's all for nothing anyway, because somehow this download leads to a forum page of embedded images. This is where it becomes clear that Yeek was inspired by the Elisa Lam case, but her death is only half the story. Andrew Allenson, and I swear I'm not trying to pick on him, he just comes up a lot in this story, was enthralled by the case. The game wasn't so much inspired by her death as it was his experiences on forums trying to piece it together with others. Through that, he became fascinated with writing a story about internet sleuths uncovering a big mystery.
I'm on a message board. Here are all these people. We're all trying to figure out what happened. What if I made a game where the main cast was obsessed with a similar story and explored the types of people who sort of put off growing up and getting real jobs, and all they do is play internet detective all day.
So I'm eagerly awaiting Yeeky, where Alex takes on the Boston bombing. Jokes aside, I find it a fascinating starting point. It's a premise with potential, and Yeek will get tired of it moments after that potential starts taking form. But whether or not this explanation makes Yeek more or less off-putting and by how much is up to you. A lot of stories are drawn from the author's experiences and from real-world events. A lot of crime fiction is built on actual case files, so I'm not condemning the practice. It all comes down to execution.
Yeah, and I do feel like having a little bit of time between the actual event and, like, is important, because it's just like, well, why... If someone died, it's sad for that like... Do I have to explain that dying is sad for people? But, like, you could probably make jokes about, like, I don't know, the Titanic at this point and, like, not offend really anyone that it would matter. Because, like, you know... It's been a minute. He could have literally made up a very similar case and just been like, yeah, no, this was very much inspired by this actual death that happened, you know? But, like, that happened, like, it was recent memory for him when this game originally came out.
Who is a lot like his author, who is on a romantic crash course with a character who is a lot like a real dead person. So, Alex needs to go to bed, and Andrew needs a cold shower.
I guess that's what he was trying to do, but he's too shit at it to do it right.
So, is this what a college graduate does?
spend hundreds of thousands of his mother's hard-earned money to lounge around all day?
Oh god, it's the most annoying character in the game. You may say, no Snake, that's Alex. And I say, yeah, that is Alex. The panda is Alex debating with himself. Now Alex, wanker that he is already a master of debating with himself. He hardly needs a toy to do it more. Alex berates Alex, and Alex would feel guilty if he doesn't at least go back and try to find Sammy, so bang, there's our motivation. Headed back to the factory hotel, remember when I said there was precedent for Alex narrating After Dark to himself? Yeah, that's Panda. See, this brings me to an issue of Yeek's world building. It's all well and good to say you want reality to be shattered within 5 minutes of hitting start, doubly so if you can actually pull it off, but you sort of need a reality to be broken first. Yeek uses a real world to give it a head start on that front, but assumes too much. The moment I'm off the bus in Yeek, I'm assaulted by a clash of art styles. Alex's run cycle is made to be sprite-like.
I made a school shooting joke during stand-up in college and people walked out. Yeah, that I get it. Sure. You should have said your bit was postmodern. The hipsters would have stayed for that. Like, I'm going to be generous and say that this whole game is just a self-insert of the lead author. And that explains why he's such a sack of shit. Like, is he aware? Does he think of himself as a sack of shit? Does he have depression? Like, God, man. I'm not half as annoying, but I do, like, fucking have problems with myself. And, like, this dude is just like, yeah, let me make it everyone else's problem that I exist. Jesus Christ in a handbasket.
Me shit like a giant welcome sign on our lawn, and we're in a town that's inhabited by plot lines instead of people. I feel less grounded in Frankton than I do here. Yeek may be consistently shit, but this shit is at least consistent. Before the plot starts, I can leave town and get attacked by a monster. To the south is a village of monster hunters. This should all be walled off until we hit plot to help the illusion that things have gone from ordinary to extraordinary. When a cat seems to intentionally beckon us to a haunted house filled with ghosts, but it's not until we're on the far end of the place that Alex starts registering weird things as happening, it comes off like only now are things getting bizarre, since otherwise this all seems like a natural extension of a world where monsters roam
Yeah, I honestly didn't even think about that. It just seemed like monsters existed in this universe.
New one, phone mum, or just put on his big boy pants and buy some groceries. He's risking a lot for a note he probably won't even read. And I get that this is all supposed to come off as quirky, but it's also incredibly flimsy and inciting incident when Yeek then turns around and reveals it's all meant to be taken at face value. So when I run into a talking stuffed panda, I'm very sorry that I didn't pick up that it's just Alex's subconscious talking back to him. It's not like he isn't already plush with narration without it. The game claims to be inspired by Earthbound as a shorthand for weirdness. It also wants to have the slow burn of a Murakami novel, the intrigue of real-world conspiracies, and the breezy pace of a postmodern game. And because it wants all of this at once, it can't adequately service any of it. The rhythms are all over the joint.
But this isn't really the catchy kind of song. This is that sort of thing.
I'm sorry everyone, we're this far in and only now am I getting out of the first dungeon. I'm saving combat for later. And it's not even that the opening is especially bad in comparison to the rest of the game.
So the version I played had the better...
Case in
I think
point.
on-stream chat is frozen.
You grew a beard.
This here is Michael. Alex's memories of him are hazy, but he recalls the two being friends despite their age difference.
I think chat's just very slow right now.
Usually worth a laugh or two.
What have you been up to?
Actually, let me check.
Just took the SATs. That's about
Better
it.
combat. No, it's working. It's just
the website we
not many people are talking. This is not the... Watching me do 3D modeling while listening to a video about Yik may not be the best stream I've ever done. There is that. I'm having fun, though. Lurking is fun. No, you must accept Yik into your brain. I think understanding why things are shit helps you make good things. There's probably a good way of saying that. But I don't know how to say it.
www.onism1999.com.
Jesus, Michael, did you stop yourself short of saying HTTP as well? This gets them talking about Sammy.
After that went up, everyone on the forum started acting strange, like a sort of darkness had come over the website.
Alex, proceeding with caution and, well, getting really bloody creepy, says he thinks he was in the same elevator in which Sammy disappeared. Michael in turn gets creepier, and the two join forces to go back and investigate after Michael gets his new camera. And you may find this hard to believe, but this is where the breezy pace we know and love dies. Heading into town, Alex freaks out about the arcade we saw last night.
They opened it about 3 weeks ago. RPG games are seriously the best! Chrono Trigger, Lufia 2, Secret of Mana. Those games are like the holy grail of my youth.
We get dragged into the arcade for some panning shots. I think the girl behind the register is pissed that she missed 3 weeks' pay. Then we go and grab Michael's new camera. Cameras are Michael's weapon, vinyls are Alex's. So most characters have distinct shops. And, well, I guess it adds character, but more than that, it adds loading screens. The two head back to the factory hotel, where they come face to face with a strange being.
I've been scared before. Everyone has, but those past memories of fright were nothing compared to what we had just experienced.
Alex, you saw 3 of them yesterday. We're thrown into an unwinnable battle and the two have to run for their lives.
What the hell was that? What the hell is going on? What? We need to get your photos developed. This thing is digital, baby!
Appropriate, because in the next scene the story won't develop either. Good God, there are 5 chapters. Michael goes and grabs a transfer cable. Alex stands outside, feeling sad that he legged it, sans Sammy again. And then back at
It's
Alex's, we get
comforting.
Michael's entire backstory dumped on us.
It also feels good to know that, like, this story doesn't get better after the bit that I played. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't just write it off because I didn't get it. It just was shit the whole way through.
She knew she wasn't smiling. Kids say weird shit.
So he's been interested in the occult from an early age, and runs a forum dedicated to discussing it. Yeah, that works. Why are you telling me? I'm Alex.
I spent a few weekends learning HTML, and before I knew it, Onism 1999 had over 15,000 hits each week.
Alex reveals he was actually there when Sammy was taken and the photos are uploaded to Onism. And what do we learn from this?
But more people wanted to believe than not.
That people believe them. Which clearly wasn't helpful as A Fade to Black skips us 2 weeks into the future. It's April 19th, 1999. Our heroes haven't died of pulmonary embolism and have just accepted there's an unkillable god entity 5 minutes down the road. They get a PM about a girl who can tear holes in realities and they decide to investigate. Which is just in time, really. Onism is going to have its minds elsewhere tomorrow. We head back to the arcade, the two creep on Vela, which leads into another unwinnable fight, albeit one we can't run away from. Afterwards, the two explain why they're here. So she asks if she can go and see the pictures.
Do you recognize the location from these photos?
That's behind the old grocery store. Obviously, you've been there before.
Yeah, can I get some directions? We're famished. What really happened here is the old Frankton map had a grocery to be behind, but they changed that and now there's only one grocery in the entire state, and throughout the entire game it never opens. Maybe Mom was just trying to get rid of us. And, well,
good, honestly, I would do.
Onism, which you totally can, that's not the grocery. That's right in front of the Akkad. What's funny is Yeek has actually been taking it easy on us up until now. This conversation marks the first real winding road we have to deal with.
Shit like that just makes me think they just didn't give a fuck,
really
man.
On the way to where it needs to go. This will become the norm, and I'll cut the bullshit afterwards. But let me give you an example of conversation in Yeek now that Alex has other party members to deal with. Vela explains that she weaponizes sound to harm or heal things. Onism is explained in detail for about the 3rd time within the hour. Alex and Michael reintroduce themselves. Then the game is nice enough to skip over repeating the plot, since it repeated the plot to Michael twice already with various degrees of accuracy and length. But to make up for us missing this riveting tale that we were there for, we instead hear about Vela reacting to it.
Vela just looked into my eyes and never reacted. Something felt familiar about her. But not in the I've met her sort of way. Something deeper. I dated a girl in college who was a women and gender studies major. She said that our soulmates were cut from the same section of that initial piece of matter.
This isn't quite foreshadowing. It's Alex's erection for Sammy casting a shadow like a plot sundial. This past crackpot girlfriend gets 5 text boxes. Alex explains Vela explaining the entities, then Vela explains the entities. That's unique, Yeek. You're bringing new angles to Tell Don't Show.
That's the thing with people, isn't it?
Our card.
You show them all the mysteries of the universe, but if they're distracted by the human element of the tale, they'll shift all of their attention there.
Touché, but I'm not done talking about Andrew.
A short time ago, I entered into a dark place, both physically and metaphysically.
Vela explains her own fear of the entities, and Alex asks her to explain what metaphysically meant. And rather than saying she doesn't want to talk about it, she bangs on about the definition of the word. Well, isn't that clever, you snarky fuck? Alex calls her out on this, and Vela then does what she should have done in the first place and just said she's uncomfortable talking about the metaphysical.
Do you mean to imply that you found a way to exist inside of a metaphysical space? That you...
Enough.
Alex then asks how she got so tough, so she gives him a phone number to access the metaphysical space of the Mind Dungeon and tells him to give her a ring if they run into anything metaphysical. Just
in the Mind Dungeon that's metaphysical.
Why are you so awkward about yourself? Fucking okay. So all this conversation needed to do was introduce Vela and the Mind Dungeon. It managed to barely do a little bit of both amongst so much padding. Yeah, I'm truncating shit from now on because this is just how Yeek operates. The conversations are like the jokes. They trip over themselves and the point gets lost along the way. This is why I don't blame people for not getting a big picture idea of Yeek. Why I don't really blame people who have wildly different interpretations. And most of all, why I don't really blame people who just want to quote the funny dumb lines of dialogue and move on. Since Yeek is always burying the lead through its own inability to stay on topic, and it just doesn't have the charisma to pull it off.
I'm not actually sure how I'm gonna make this work,
it can't
but
be seen taking anything seriously, and
we'll
it's
have
just
to figure it
competition
out
for
as we go,
characters
I
to
guess.
out-asshole each other. It's a race to the bottom. Yeek is going for eccentric, stream of consciousness-like conversations, but it lacks the charm to make it worth the very long while. And it doesn't nail the tone, since this all comes off as far too rehearsed to have a believable air to it. Plot details and character speech.
I keep making this weird mistake that, like, I keep making this weird mistake where I think people want nice things. I don't know why I think that. I just sort of assume that people want good things. And then, like, people like this game, man. This game is dog shit. Like, I get what they were trying to do. They just failed at it.
Amongst all the rambling, and some rambling is fine. There's no perfect ratio on this for good writing, but Yeek isn't even in the ballpark of a good answer. Okay, this was all too many words to say this game has too many words. So, to bring this section home, let's talk about Kojima. I like Kojima, but he's also guilty of this shit. Overlong conversations, rife with asides, and filled with exposition.
3. Wait. What is it?
Let me take off my glasses.
But I like him. Here's where his style works. Kojima's stories are message-driven. Each game explores a bunch of ideas before ending on a big thematic statement. Genes deciding our fate, information control, the transient nature of conflict, all bundled alongside an enjoyable spy fiction romp. If you miss the point of a Metal Gear game or don't take any meaning away from it, you can still have a good time.
Exactly! It's still a fucking decent game. If you just engage, or if you just go with it surface level, you'll still have fun.
Too cool to be straightforward. These asides serve to give a better understanding of the world and characters. In their context, the topics raised tend to warrant discussion. They have a purpose of educating the viewer and equipping them to better understand the literal aspects surrounding whatever themes are being presented.
I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
This dialogue hardly sounds natural, but within Metal Gear Solid, it's believable. It informs the over-the-top, melodramatic setting and gives everything a great sense of conviction and purpose. And then, and here's the big one, here's the justifier. During a scene, Kojima remembers to advance the plot, even if only a little. This is all still indulgent, but Kojima at least puts in the work to earn it. Plus, you know, some shit is reserved for codec calls and cassette tapes.
You remember pre-ripped jeans?
These come off as cheap imitations of that idea, where characters ramble about loosely philosophical shit with nothing to actually say on a topic. It's just diluting the actual story.
Yeah, I think that people have mistaken, like...
5, find something interesting on onism, and use that to rope Vela back into this mess.
Just calling to see if you figured it out. It's your best childhood friend. I think Losing My Religion by R.E.M. has just become a big hit.
Nope.
That means grinding battles and cashing the experience in the Mind Dungeon. You know, this visual really sums up the Yeek experience. I know I'm talking about leveling before combat, so let me say this first. For most of the runtime, leveling up felt like it was achieving very little. Statistical gains were impossible to feel, and for the length of time leveling takes, well, it's all very much in line with everything else so far, isn't it? Here's how it goes. You enter a hallway, each door has a number over it. You set which stat you want, then you enter the door to lock it in. Do that for every door, then talk to the crow. It takes tens of seconds and far more button presses than necessary to achieve fucking nothing. Cashing in level ups after a dungeon takes minutes at a time, and this isn't because I need a lot of time to think, it's because the gameplay-based method of leveling artificially slows me down in a way a menu would not. I did discover you can set everything, then ask the crow to, quote, choose for you, and it won't change your picks, and that saves a bunch of Darth Vader blacks. And frankly, you're fine just letting Marlene pick for you. Even then, it's still slow and doesn't feel good. Leveling should feel like a payoff. This feels like submitting a report for the wildlife you killed. As you descend deeper into the Mind Dungeon, Marlene, the librarian, and other characters arise to tell you, something. I think it's about Alex's dad fucking off. I'll have to admit, this is one area in the game where I was just skipping dialogue. I could not bring myself to care. Yeek attempts, or at least pretends, to have a message of self-improvement and, ironically, awareness. The Mind Dungeon stands to represent these with its mind imagery and literal descent into the subconscious. Putting level ups, or downs in this context, is cool aesthetically, but everything about the execution is miserable, and Marlene is one insufferable character too many. Every time I'm in the Mind Dungeon...
I have to feel like that the people who made this, like, they have to have just, like, not... Like, did they mistake that people disliked it because they were like, well, we made the character shit on purpose? Like, is that their vibe? Like, okay. Fair. Fine. Whatever. You fucked up, though.
I am already resentful because of how slow it all is. I want to be doing anything else. So this is the worst time to throw story at me.
I don't know about you, but I feel stronger. I think you can see my biceps now. Hell yeah.
The two Czech owners and men have received another message. This time from a guy in Windtown whose sister also disappeared under odd circumstances.
That's interesting enough to bother Vela about.
How far did Mike get in this?
Well, don't sound too excited. Vela bites, and the group sets off to Windtown.
Okay, Raylord, you are right again. You get to keep my respect for
tell,
now.
As we make a steady clip for Windtown and the camera clips for a
because
scene,
this guy also hates Yik, which is the default response, I feel like.
23-year-old Korean-American. The police have no leads.
Are you Korean?
Do I look Korean?
Vaguely ethnic?
We're in the shadow of the erection again. Alex mentions they should go chat with the woman who reported Sammy missing, but things are about to take a turn.
My Sammy, and Sammy in the newspaper, may have looked the same, but there was a difference there. I could feel it.
Man, I sure love that I'm piloting this fuck to Sammy. In Windtown, we get some odd insight into the group.
Hey, look! We're in Chicago! Did you just laugh?
The party dynamics in Yeek are undercooked at best, and this gets weirder as more members join. Despite all that happens and how little time they really do spend together, the story treats them as friends right off the bat, because in RPGs, party members are friends. I mean, that's not true of all RPGs, probably not even true of most of them. But it feels like Yeek gets held back by a weird assumption that it then plays to.
Right here, Mike heard ethnic and then quit. Mike has made a stronger stuff than me if he got that far into the game. Is the next stream Wednesday? I think I will still stream tomorrow. I'm not sure what to stream yet. I guess we do Nier, or what else am I doing? Sorcery? It probably might be a good idea to do some sorcery before I forget what the fuck is going on. Because that game is very confusing if you forget what's going on. Is that a hole? Did I make a hole? I made a... What? This is all like under the thing or something. He played it a second time out of curiosity. Mike, no. Mike, no. God, I am so fucking glad I've got plans for later tonight. So I can, like, absolve myself of viewing this fucking game again. I went to grade school with someone who shot two. What the fuck do you mean? There's no way you're going to be able to convince Mike that I love this game. I'm not that pretentious.
Along the way. We then have to ask around to find the missing girl and her brother. And back to the slow side of the pacing, everyone in Windtown is holding out on us. So let's talk about the combat. It's garbage. A turn-based battle system where each and every attack and defense is achieved via much maligned minigames. The biggest problem is this. If these minigames didn't exist, the battle system would still function and battles would still be sluggish. A lot of encounters are drag-out brawls with barely any strategy to employ. Weaknesses and status effects are in short supply and not worth the hassle. The handful of bonus abilities you get will all be weighed up on their damage.
This was not in the version I played.
It's a low figure. This is why it just devolves into using Alex's LP toss. It has a low PP cost and does damage comparable to, or even better than his standard attack if you only land one hit. And it does it to enemy groups. So I just do this move over and over again because it's faster
and updated better combat.
Well, I was pumping strength as much as I could to get these battles over with sooner, but it took until late game for it to feel like min-maxing was really doing anything. All of the consumables are percentage-based and cheap. I just sold every full heal I got and grabbed 50 pieces since the damage output on both sides is so low that I was never in such dire situation as to need a full heal quickly. There are no decisive moments or unique enemies who can put you on the ropes. It gets even easier when we get a character later in the game with an ability to apply an item to the whole party. I was basically
the bleed
never in danger
thing was
again.
just
so
frustrating as a mechanic.
And with the minigames, we now have a 5 to 20 second stopgap in between the many attacks that have to be made to win battles. The gimmick loses its luster quick as it multiplies the length of battles many times
never
over.
played.
To justify their inclusion, these minigames, for their length, should feel feel decisive.
too?
If I do a big combo with Alex's record, I should expect big numbers. Like I really put the hurt on. But no, it's just one attack of many. If I'm having to dodge enemy attacks, maybe it should feel like I'm on a knife's edge. But no, they have such low damage that I just started mashing through these, since the only thing Yeet can't exhaust is my consumables. I hated every enemy that had a group attack. Not just because it made the combat even slower, but group attacks for whatever reason had the most difficult and complex dodge bar. Dodging as one character, 1 press. Dodging as multiple characters, 3 presses each. Yeah, that adds up. Here's the worst part, the minigames, at least on the attacking end, they're concealing a fucking dice roll. While rare, enemies can still evade a successful minigame, and the damage, while it's within a bracket based on performance, is still randomized and never particularly impressive. The difference between 1 hit with LP toss and 30 is marginal at best. So if you're doing slow minigames, maybe make the combat take a handful of turns and make those turns mean something. I feel my focus dying fight by fight in the endless repetition, but it keeps demanding more focus so I can continue. It's not easy enough that I just get to stomp through, but it's not biting enough that it keeps the adrenaline going. It's finely tuned terrible. It's tiring. It's insidious.
That's like the worst, man. That's when you like start to think about how much time you're wasting on a game, and you get depression.
Runaround, but they're all boss fights.
Welcome back,
I was
Seven.
tired of the combat by the end of the first dungeon, but sick of it before the second. That said, I am going to give this place a compliment before we get to the meat of it. It has a well-established atmosphere and identity that's consistently presented and sets you up for the story beats that happen here.
I mean, it's
Between the
definitely
sad
less
music, downbeat
vertices
atmosphere,
than it had
horribly broken
before.
people, Windtown quickly and
You
successfully
can see all
sells
the
itself as a
edges on
miserable
this.
place. An air of death and
Probably
decay
have
is
about
pervasive.
as many edges on this now as I did on this thumb.
Which brings me to the god-awful graveyard gags, where the Allensons put themselves next to Iwata, who I guess plans to be buried here in 16 years. Hey, fun fact, Frankton was the birthplace of Kenneth Lay. Where's his grave? He died in 2006. He's beating Iwata here, Andrew. Now, this was meant as a nice gesture, but it's placed in a town that's filled with arseholes, and the other graves are all off-the-wall jokes. If you wanted to commemorate Iwata, it would have been more respectful if you just had him alive and somewhere nice, probably. Like, hey, the next town has a fucking beach, and it has Mario flags. Besides all that, it does raise some intrigue. This town is so miserable that before I even met the person I'm here for, I do feel bad for them. That person is Rory Manser, and yeah, he feels of this place, acting quite cagey and distrustful around the group.
No, I mean, what are your screen names? That's how I know all of you, so that'll be more beneficial.
And when we ask him questions, he dodges them and starts selling us an overly elaborate account of his sister's disappearance, which means we get ran through town while he goes on crazed, disconnected rants about the human soul.
I think we all have a set number of days to be in our bodies.
Eventually, Rory leads us to the sewers, believing his sister's soul to be down here. By this point, Vela's worked out what's probably going on, and despite her apprehension, decides it's best Rory faces the truth.
Okay, no, this will be fine.
Which leads to us coming face to face with another entity.
Oh, Rory, you are so wrong.
Rory believes this is the soul of his sister Carrie, and that we can in some way help her. But Vela explains what we're seeing, and well, I'll try. This here is a soul survivor. Rory's sister actually killed herself due to bullying at school. She is irrecoverably dead.
Oh
And in his
no.
grief, Rory almost disconnected his soul from his body and slipped into the soul space, but he pulled himself back. So this is Rory, but it's not. In another reality, a separate Rory went through with it. The soul space is dangerous, and it warped them into this, before the entity wound up here.
Fella, can you please explain what's going on here?
Please do
He's
not
trying,
touch suicide
Alex.
as a
It's just
topic
convoluted.
unless if you
While
are
dragged down by
actually
the philosophy
good enough
lesson
at
Alex is
writing it.
yelling, there is a good character beat
I'm
here.
afraid
Carried
to
out with
write
awful
anything
dialogue,
about
taking too long,
suicide
but
or
hey,
engage with
Bella
that
had
topic
previously
because of that
also, in
shit.
too many words, made it apparent that she doesn't like discussing this stuff, but she puts aside her own discomfort to
One
help
finger
Rory in a way that
down.
only she can while trying to give us.
Oh no. I think it's a golden alpaca. Damn it, we need to run!
A golden alpaca?
Really feel myself vibrating with motion here. So, I was just very nice to Windtown. Too nice. It's actually so astoundingly awful that in my bid to understand Yeek, I've come to a conclusion. This is where Yeek, for the first time, shows its hand. People take Yeek for a clumsy game, and it is. I also think it's malicious. Rory dragged us here, gave us a big runaround, and then we learn he's hurting, his sister killed herself, and during this big emotional beat for him and Vela, the tone is shattered by a golden alpaca. Lemonade. It's hard to guess what this is meant to accomplish. A misguided attempt at lightening the mood, poorly breaking up the story with some gameplay, just plain fucking up. I take it as intentional, meant to confuse and frustrate. The entire game's been spinning our wheels. All Windtown is doing is slashing the tires. It's wasting the character's time in-universe and using its mechanics and structure to waste the player's time in turn, and to an exhausting degree. I'm okay with the Rory stuff. Him lying to you is foreshadowed heavily.
Hey, I invented lying on the internet, so no need to warn me.
So a player can get what his deal is and know there's something off. In a story supposedly about people on forums solving mysteries, it makes sense they would run into someone using the case for their own ends. Rory may be doing a bad thing, but he just wants his sister back, and the weird shit on Onism gave him false hope. So that's a complex and cool beat, well done, but here's what fucks with you. We can visit Carrie Mance's grave, revealing that she is already long dead. We can't act on this knowledge. We have to play along. When we speak to this girl, the camera is even heavily angled against Carrie's headstone. And hey, the one time the camera is adding to the story is because Yeek is letting you see the wasted hour ahead. Perhaps we should have arrived as this grave is being dug, with the gravedigger blocking the inscription. When we head back to Windtown later, we can then see that this is indeed Carrie's grave. This isn't subtle, I'm sure most people would peg what's going on, but it does less harm to our false sense of agency and uses the world to deliver a plot that's moving. But, you know, this is me supposing Yeek wants to be good, like a sensible person. The gameplay structure of Windtown is as drawn out as possible. Obviously, there's the boss rush, where we have to fight everybody in town, revving up the plot engine so it can drive us into a wall.
I'm gonna be
Rory
honest
then
with you, I
drags the player
can't
across
handle
town
this.
again.
Like, this is fine, but I'm... Like, the game is real bad. And I guess the lesson to be learned about Yik is, take yourself somewhat seriously. Like, don't just, like, shit out something and then go, oh, I was fucking around ironically. Earnestness. Something I thought we learned as a lesson from, like, the hipster movement. That, like, being earnest about something is actually really endearing. And it's, like, one of the nicest things, but this strikes as cowardice. I don't know what the golden alpaca thing is. It's probably a Reddit reference that I'm just not aware of because I don't... He made Rory into himself with a single throwaway line of dialogue, and no one talks about him being gone for the rest of the game. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want to hang out with or talk to any of these characters either. So that the people in the game don't want to hang out or talk about them. Fair. Honestly, fair. You've made a cast of completely unlikable characters. Why? I don't know if Fortnite was out at this point. Control S to save. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm gonna get my shoes and socks on. We got a party to get to, and I'd rather do that than frustrate you all with more Yik knowledge you don't need. Yik originally released in 2019. Okay. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow with something else that's not this or this. I should be able to finish this and get it rigged up so that way we can actually like make video games sooner rather than later. Good luck with your day. I will see you tomorrow with like video games. All right, later, y'all.